Good evening. I call this meeting of the Pinellas County School Board, February 28th, 2023, to order. This evening's invocation will be given by Pastor Joyce Stone from Christ the Cornerstone Church in Pinellas Park. The invocation will be followed by the presentation of the colors by the Clearwater High School JROTC under the direction of Sergeant Major Lawrence Finneran. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by School Board Member Cook, and the National Anthem sung by Clearwater High School's choir under the direction of Sharon Adams. Please stand and remain standing until the colors have been retired and the color guard has exited the conference hall. Pastor Stone, would you please share the invocation?
Let us pray. Most loving God, we come to you this night and we ask your blessing upon this meeting. We ask you, God, that you give guidance and wisdom to everyone who cares and educates our children and young adults. I ask a blessing upon everyone who's gathered here this night. And you, God, the God of love and compassion, may each of us this night treat each other in the same way that you have treated us all with love and compassion. Let your love permeate this place this night, and we thank you for it now. Amen.
Attention. Carry. Post. Ready. Cut.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you.
Order. Post. Cut. Cut. Distance.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Adams, would you introduce our second song, please?
Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Celeste Loiso-Akins and Kiara Sweat, and they will be singing Stand Up by Cynthia Erivo.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, oh, a bullet in got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on, I can feel it.
Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, gonna start moving towards that separating line.
I'm wading through muddy waters.
You know I kinda made up my mind. I'm trying to follow who's any good on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up. And the way I'm what's around the bend.
Might be hard to face 'cause I'm alone,
And I just might have failed.
but Lord knows I've tried. Sure stars fill up the sky.
Stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand
I
new
know, I
home.
know, I know.
And you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on.
I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you. To prepare a place for you.
Thank you, ladies. That was beautiful. Thank you, Mrs. Adams, and the entire group for the national anthem, as well as the color guard for being here this evening. Give them another round of applause. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce today's video. As you saw as you walked into the conference hall today, the Visual and Performing Arts in Pinellas County Schools provides our students high-quality experiences, which I can say with absolute affirmation. Today's video is about the district's Ignite Choir, one of the amazing opportunities for our elementary students, so please take a look.
So the Ignite Youth Choir is a community youth choir for students in 3rd through 5th grade that serves all of Pinellas County Schools. So any child in 3rd through 5th grade who is a Pinellas County Schools student can enroll in either the North County Choir, the Mid County Choir, or the South County Choir and participate in an after-school choral experience and be a part of something bigger than themselves.
I get to freely sing. It lets me better understand music.
I learn like how to sing more like professionally. It is awesome. I mean, like I was scared and nervous, but then I found the confidence in me. I like it.
So at the Ignite Youth Choir, we are definitely aiming to have every elementary school represented. So if you are interested in joining or enrolling, please do so. Do not be shy. You can reach out to any of our staff members with questions because we really want to have that access for all and that representation from the entire county.
Thank you so much. That's incredible. Parents, don't miss out. Ignite Choir, going to get registered. Now we are going to welcome our Public Information Officer, Isabella Mascarenas, who will introduce our professional and community organizations who are in attendance this evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. It is my pleasure to introduce the following representatives of community and professional organizations. Representing the Pinellas Educational Support Professionals Association, or PESPA, we have Nellie Heñez, President. From the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, Nancy Velarde, President. From the Pinellas Arts for a Complete Education Coalition, we have Sue Castleman present. Today, we have a presentation from the Student Rights and Responsibility Committee. Please welcome students Sofia Acevedo, Tyreek Tripp, and Cameron Cook from Clearwater High School and their principal, Eric Krause.
Hello, my name is Cameron Cook. I'm in 12th grade, and this is my 4th year attending Clearwater High School. For me, the reason I've continued to attend CHS is because of the opportunities. By opportunities, I mean as a student in the ACE program, I'm not only able to take challenging classes, but also challenge myself and take it as far as I want to. With regards to classes, I've been able to take a large and balanced amount of AP, ACE, and advanced courses that not only satisfy high school requirements from ACE Literature to AP Economics, but also consist of electives that I'm passionate about and interested in, such as ACE Drama and AP Music. Being able to do that, in addition to theater, cross-country and track, and choir, makes for a challenging but not overwhelming high school experience. So here are a few bullet points about advanced education at our school. Last year, Clearwater High received a C designation 7 points away from B from the state of Florida. We have a 95% graduation rate and an 88% acceleration rate, with 98% of the senior class getting at least one college credit. This year's senior class is trending above 90% for our accelerated curriculum. And regarding acceleration among traditional high schools, we've led the district in this regard for 5 years. Our school has embraced the concept of open access for all students to take rigorous courses. And as a result, not only can all of our students take AP and dual enrollment courses, they also have the opportunity to take ACE courses. If a student receives their ACE diploma and they have the volunteer hours required, they automatically qualify for the Bright Future Scholarship regardless of their ACT or SAT scores. We had 593 students who took 1,230 ACE exams in June of 2022 and gave 361 AP tests. Of our students who participated in the ACE curriculum last year, over 70 earned the complete prestigious ACE diploma, taking and passing 7 tests in the 3 required subject areas. Again, all students at CHS have the opportunity to take these advanced courses on our campus, and we are extremely proud of our academic accomplishments. Now, here are a few things on the performing arts we have at our school. Our performing arts programs such as band, chorus, and theater continue to excel as they rebound from the pandemic. Our Thespian Society did extremely well at districts and qualified to perform at state. All three of our programs look forward to presenting the musical play, Anything Goes, which will be presented the last week in March. I've got a lead role of Billy Crocker. Gotta go. Both our band and chorus programs will have or had students participating in the Pinellas All-County performances this spring. Our Tornado Marching Band performed at several competitions and received an overall excellent rating at this year's Marching FBA assessment. Thank you for opening the College and Career Center at our school. It is a great resource for our students to learn more about post-high school opportunities in advanced criteria and scholarships. We have hosted multiple events in our center, and again, thank you for providing this program to our school. This year during College Application Week, our school counselors helped over 250 students with their college applications and scholarships. Finally, we are really excited about our school's renovation and rebuild. Watching the different buildings being constructed has been amazing. Like you go outside at sixth period and you see this crane with this giant thing coming down. But, sorry, Clearwater High School is over 100 years old, and we've been in our current location for the last 66 years. A big thank you to all of us from our CHS family for your support, and thank you for letting the tradition continue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sophia Azevedo. I'm a junior at Clearwater High School, and I'm proud to be involved in some of the many extracurriculars that my school has to offer. I currently hold the billet of Executive Officer of our Marine Corps JRTC program, in which I command our regulation drill team that in late January placed first at the regional level. I also started our school's first all-girls wrestling team that just finished a very successful first season, in which we placed third overall at PCACs, and I got to earn district champion. Next year will be my fourth and last. Thank you. Next year will be my fourth and last year attending CHS. During this time, I'll be applying for the United States military academies, with the confidence in knowing that I have the most dedicated and supportive administrative staff behind me. With that being said, I'd like to discuss some CHS points of pride. All of our academies were designated Academies of Distinction by the Career Education Board through the Pinellas Education Foundation. Our CAKE program has also been engaged in a virtual enterprise capstone project and have previously won second place in the nation, competing against other schools and their online virtual faux businesses. We're excited that our CAKE program was able to take their seniors on their annual New York City trip last week for the first time in 3 years. And our juniors were excited to travel by train to Savannah this year to visit the financial district, ports, as well as the maritime and railroad museums. The underclass students in the program were able to attend field trips to the Port of Tampa, Ybor City, and Universal Orlando already this year. Our ELP has begun in all subject areas, and students and teachers are meeting during lunches and after school. Clubs like the Live Free Club, GSA, Save Club, and others up and running and meeting regularly. Our Marine Corps JRTC program continues to represent us well at numerous events throughout the district and state. We were able to present the colors again this year at the annual Pearl Harbor Luncheon. Our Marine Corps JRTC program has again presented the colors for all of our football games this year as well. Our Marine Corps JRTC academic team advanced to the 2nd Division and will compete in late February, hoping to advance to the finals in Washington, D.C. Only 710 Navy and Marine Corps JRTC cadets nationwide out of 90,000 plus cadets the Department of the Navy's Office of Naval Research Naval STEM Horizons Scholarship. 17 CHS Marine Corps JRTC cadets, or roughly 3% of the nationwide winners, came from Clearwater High School. These essays encompassed cutting-edge STEM topics such as environmental science, aerospace engineering, optometry, optonomy, oceanography, all of which are influencing the future operations of the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. Each winner received a cash award of $200. Again, I'd like to reiterate that 3% out of all of these winners came from Clearwater High School. This year, 33 of our Marine Corps JRTC cadets competed in the Iron Bear Challenge. This featured over 18 units from around the state of Florida. Our cadets performed amazingly and were able to capture first and repeat as champions again this year. Also, our Marine Corps JRTC drill team placed second in the most recent competition in Atlanta, Georgia, and we're only 0.02 of a point away from first place. We will travel to Fredericksburg, Virginia this April for the United States Marine Corps Nationals, and we look forward to performing at this prestigious event. It is obvious that our programs continue to excel, and thank you for your contributed support. We are extremely proud of our amazing extracurricular opportunities, and thank you again for giving us the opportunity to share. Thank you.
How everybody doing today?
Good.
My name is Tariq Tripp, and I'm in the 12th grade. I'll be attending Monmouth College, and I'm here to give y'all the experience at Clearwater High School. Over the 4 hard but working years at Clearwater High School, I can truly say I know what it means to be a tornado. Out of all the years I've been there, I could say the whole school has been the best they could be to the community, athletes, and staff members. Just to imagine like a real-life tornado, how it brings everything in. That's how our staff is. They grab the attention of our students, and they draw them in, and from there, it's non-stopping. Being a student athlete, I could say that teachers, coaches, and administration kept me on track with my goals in life and supported them fully. I told my principal, Mr. Krause, and my counselor, Mr. Stanford, that I wanted to be known for something and leave my mark at this amazing place we call Clearwater High School. It's hard for me, my bad. But I can also say that even though with me being a student athlete, I'm also a part of 5,000 Role Models, CHS Ambassadors. And with that being said, the CHS Ambassadors Club, we will be attending Alabama. We'll be attending, what else we'll be attending? My bad, everybody. We'll be attending Alabama, Memphis, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia. And let me tell you something about the CHS Ambassadors Group, which I'm a part of. The group, well part with the NAACP, the city of Clearwater, and maintain memorialization in the African American cemetery located in the school board property in Clearwater. Most recently, our group has been participated in the City of Clearwater MLK Breakfast and Parade, as well as in the 6th annual night at the library in North Greenwood. Finally, our Civil Rights Ambassadors, we are excited for our upcoming trip that I was just telling you about, which is student-led, project-based learning and opportunity. Like I said, we will be visiting Atlanta, Birmingham, and Memphis. In the past, CHS ambassadors have been able to meet now President Biden, Martin Luther King Jr., and Jesse Jackson, and Pete, Buttigieg, and the late Representative John Lewis, just to name a few. We cannot wait for the trip next week. Now onto the athletic standpoint. Last year, our sports team had a combined GPA of a 3.149, and out of 16 of 22 sports teams, we had a 3.0 or higher GPA. I'm a football player, so I'd like to share the boys varsity football team has won the Mayor Central Cup versus Clearwater Countryside High School. # we are the best CHS. But far as at the academic standpoint, the staff has done their best jobs to help students understand their goal, attack it, and stand on top of it. That they support the ones that they love to attend college and help out in ways that you wouldn't expect from a staff. This year, 7 of our students received the Clearwater for Youth Scholarship. This is an award with a combined of $55,000, and I can truly say I am blessed to be one of those scholars at the school and athletes. I have earned over $10,000 in scholarship money for the college that I'm going to. I love this stuff. I love this staff because when I was just a freshman, my counselor, Mr. Stanford, called me into his office and he told me, T, you're at a 2.1 GPA. I know you're better than that, and you need more than that to reach the next level. With me taking in the words of wisdom and what he was telling me, I knew the mission I had and got to work. I overcame some adversities, and if the way that I keep going, next quarter I'll be at a 3.1 GPA.
Yeah.
And speaking for Clearwater High administration, they love to see students that were struggling in the beginning understand what it took and be the best as they could be. As the staff told me, you definitely left your mark, and that's what we need coming from the kids behind you. Thank you, and go Tornadoes.
Thank you all so much for that fantastic presentation. And thank you to the principal of Clearwater High School, Principal Eric Krause, for joining us this evening. Also, before you leave, I think Ms. Hine
I just wanted to mention, young lady, I'm a graduate of the United States Naval Academy, trained in Quantico with the Marine Corps and served as an officer in our Navy. I would be glad to talk with you and any of your classmates and come to your school about the work that you do. I'm very proud of you and thank you for your commitment to service to our country.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Thank you all. Thank you. We are going to move to 2.1, possible amendments to the agenda. Mr. Hendrick, are there any recommended amendments to our agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, there are two. 7.13, request approval of the administrative appointment of the Director of Advanced Studies and Academic Excellence, and 7.14, request approval of the administrative appointment of the principal of Anona Elementary School. Both were posted last week for the public and the board to consider.
Thank you very much. Are there any other recommended changes by board members? Mrs. Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull from item 7.7. It is actually bid number 23963-137 for discussion, please.
All right, and Ms. Peters?
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull from 7.7, bid number 23205-141.
All right. Any further changes to the agenda? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hendrick. Thank you, board members. As board chair, I find good cause to amend the agenda as described by Superintendent Hendrick with the recommendations for 7.13, requesting the approval of the administrative appointment of the Director of Advanced Studies and Academic Excellence. For 7.14, the request approval of the administrative appointment of the principal of Anona Elementary School, as well as pulling from our current agenda as recommended by Board Member Meyer, 7.7, bid number 23963137, and recommended by Board Member Peters, also separating 7.7, bid number 23205-141 for further discussion. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? I have a motion for approval by Mrs. Hine and a second by Mrs. Cook. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion carries with a 7-0 vote. Thank you. All right, and we are moving to special order of agenda number 4. May I have a motion to approve item 4.1, the presentation of the proclamation designating March as Youth Art Month? I have a motion to approve by Mrs. Meyer and a second by Mrs. Edmond. Mr. Hendrick, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call Pre-K-12 Visual Arts Specialist, Mr. Jonathan Ogle, to the podium to talk a little bit about March and the visual arts in Pinellas County Schools.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. Thank you for taking the time to recognize the value of a quality visual arts education for all students in Pinellas County Schools. Through this proclamation, I have several highlights of the visual arts I'd like to share briefly as we get ready to celebrate March's Youth Art Month. Last Monday, the PCS Visual Arts Department held its district-wide training for K-12 visual arts teachers at the beautiful Museum of American Arts and Crafts Movement in St. Petersburg. Besides informative and hands-on workshop sessions, the teachers were given a tour by docents and inspired to continue taking their students on field trips to art museums to learn and view the amazing artistic and cultural treasures right here in Pinellas. Earlier this month, Gibbs High School hosted the 2023 Pinellas County Art Region of the Scholastic Art Awards exhibition, reception, and recognition ceremony. 438 awards, gold keys, silver keys, and honorable mentions were awarded to over 300 Pinellas County middle and high school students. Gold Key awarded work has gone on to be blind adjudicated at the national level. Students earning national awards will be announced on March 22nd. In the last 7 years, Pinellas has earned 83 national medals, a testament to the world-class visual arts education that students receive in our classrooms across the district. This evening, you can see a sampling of some of the amazing Scholastic Art Award winners. You can see the work out in the lobby here on easels. I've heard from many folks this year that from parents to art teachers to school leaders to even our art museum and art center partners, they've said that the artwork on display in their district exhibitions is the best that they've seen. And I wholeheartedly agree. We're looking forward to a brand new art exhibition, a student exhibition called the K-8 State of the Digital Arts exhibition. That will be at the Lipa Ratner Museum of Art later this spring. The original work will be exclusively digital art, short film and animations, all of which were created by students using Referendum purchased digital arts labs and creation software. We're also looking forward to our second student show called Dynamic Dimensions K-12 exhibition, sculpture, short film, and photography at the James Museum in St. Petersburg from April 4th to April 13th. A reception will be held on April 12th for students, families, teachers, school leaders, and guests. Last year, it was a packed house. People were standing all around the outside and sitting to see the show. Another popular student show coming back this year is called the K-12 Exceptional Voices exhibit, and this is at the Studio 620 in St. Pete. The show will be April 8th until April 28th with a reception for students and families on April 8th. We deeply appreciate the commitment and support of our many art organization partners and, of course, our school and district leadership. Finally, the Visual Arts Department looks forward to having a live Level Up virtual enrichment event called Painting with Pixels for students in grades 1st through 8th this Thursday, March 2nd, starting at 6 p.m. The focus will be on how to make digital art using PCS Connect's devices. On behalf of the Visual Arts Department and all of our district's K-12 visual arts educators, I thank you for supporting this proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Ogle. Mrs. Cook, would you read the proclamation?
Yes. It's my pleasure to read the proclamation for Youth Art Month. Whereas the study and production of art leads to fuller, more meaningful life, and whereas art education provides substantial educational benefits to all elementary, middle, and high school students, and whereas art education cultivates students' creativity, develops problem-solving and critical thinking skills, and brings to life what is learned in other subjects. And whereas art education teaches sensitivity and beauty, order, and other expressive qualities, as well as provides a deeper understanding of many cultures, various beliefs, and history. And whereas our national, state, and local leaders have acknowledged the necessity of including art experiences in every student's education. And whereas our local art museum centers and organization partners work with us to expand opportunities for students to experience and be inspired by artists and cultural treasures found here in Pinellas. And now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize March of 2023 as Youth Art Month. And we encourage all residents to support the art and the youth in our community in their intellectual development through artistic endeavors and offer support to our committed visual arts educators. Signed this 28th day of February, 2023.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion from the board? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mrs. Meyer and a second by Mrs. Edmond to approve item 4.1, the presentation and proclamation designating March as Youth Art Month. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Then the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Mr. Owen.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve item 4.2, presentation of the proclamation designating March as Music in Our Schools Month? I have a movement for approval by Mrs. Long. And a second by Mrs. Hine. Mr. Hendrick, could you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With art, we bring the performing arts. And I ask our pre-K-12 performing arts specialist, Mr. Jory Spencer, to present this proclamation.
Of course. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Each March, the National Association for Music Education supports the National Music in Our Schools Month celebration. This year's national theme is Music is All of Us, a powerful message that music education should be available to us all. Music has a unique way of bringing us together. It shapes the way our students understand themselves and the world around them. Nurturing creativity, curiosity, and self-discovery, music is all of us. During the month of March, we are celebrating the strong music programs that are thriving in Pinellas County Schools. Pinellas County Schools supports and promotes Music in Our Schools Month in many ways, including the following: celebrating the completion of the first 5 of our All-County Music Fest series, and I've seen many of you at those. Thank you for attending. Choral programs are being featured right now in the Florida Vocal Association's Music Performance Assessment. Later this week, orchestra programs will also be featured in their district music performance assessment. As a result of referendum funding, Pinellas County continues to work to grow orchestra programs in our secondary and elementary schools. Band programs will later in March be featured during the Florida Bandmasters Association district music performance assessments. The Performing Arts Department, for its own way to celebrate Music in Our Schools Month, continues to dedicate itself to the furthering of music education, understanding that music is crucial as a component to the development of children and as part of a complete education. Thank you for considering this proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Ms. Peters, would you please read the proclamation?
Yes. Whereas the study of music contributes to young people's development through heightened skills in listening, reading, self-expression, and creativity. And whereas music education in the schools includes a broad range of types of music and active musical experiences. And whereas music and the other arts significantly enhance the morale and quality of the school environment. And whereas it is the stated objective of the public school to prepare children for productive role in our society. And whereas the National Association for Music Education has designated March as Music in Our Schools Month, focusing on the theme, Music is All of Us. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize March 2023 as Music in Our Schools Month and endorses this observance as an opportunity to support the purposes and practices of music education and encourages teachers, parents, students, and all citizens to participate.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion from the board? Thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Long for the approval of item 4.2, presentation of the designation of March as Music in Our Schools Month. We have a second by Mrs. Hine. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion to approve item 4.2 carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Next, may I have a motion to approve item 4.3, the presentation of the proclamation designating March 6th through March 10th, 2023 as a Newspaper and Education Week. A movement for approval by Mrs. Hine and a second by Mrs. Long. Mr. Hendrick, can you please introduce this item?
Thank you. I'd like to call Associate Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, Dr. Dan Evans, to come up and talk about our longstanding partnership with the Tampa Bay Times and Newspaper and Education Week. Dr. Evans.
Thank you. And good evening, school board members, Mr. Hendrick and staff. We're pleased to bring forward this proclamation this evening. Each year during the first full week in March, Newspaper and Education Week is annually celebrated. I'm joined today in the audience by Ms. Sue Bedry. Sue, could you stand? We lose Sue? She may have. Okay, come on up, Sue. Sue is the Newspaper and Education Development Officer for the Tampa Bay Times and a great partner of our school district. The Times Newspaper and Education Program is a cooperative effort between our schools and the Times to encourage the use of newspapers as an educational resource. NIE serves educators and students throughout the Tampa Bay region by providing print and digital newspapers, teacher guides, educator workshops, and many resources to classrooms at no cost to our schools, to our teachers, or to our students. During our last school year, 21-22, NIE served 337 teachers in our district across 137 schools. And as part of its teacher recognition program, we've had several winners through the years, and I'll recognize, she's not here with us tonight, Seminole High School teacher Elizabeth Crawley, because she's been honored twice in recent years, in 2018 and 2021. Is that right, Sue? Students who learn using the newspaper as an educational resource become lifelong readers and grow up to become more informed and engaged citizens. We thank Sue for being here and the Times for its continued partnership, and we thank you very much for your consideration of this proclamation.
Thank you, Dr. Evans and Tampa Bay Times. Mrs. Edmond, could you please read the proclamation?
Yes. Newspaper and Education Week. Whereas research demonstrates that the best way to help children discover the joy of reading and become lifelong readers is to involve them early and often. And whereas helping a child learn and love to read improves a student's trajectory for success in school and beyond. And whereas research shows that students who learn using the newspaper as an educational resource are more likely to become lifelong readers and informed and engaged citizens. And whereas Newspaper in Education is an international program that encourages the use of the daily newspaper as a living textbook for students from primary through adult education levels. And whereas for more than 40 years, the Tampa Bay Times newspaper and education program has served educators, students, and families by providing classroom newspapers, companion materials, and instructional support. And whereas Newspaper and Education Week is commemorated and celebrated annually during the first full school week in March. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize March 6th through 10th, 2023 as Newspaper and Education Week and encourage students to read the newspaper daily in school and at home to enhance and enrich their lives. Signed this 28th day of February 2023.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion from the board? Seeing none. We have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Hine and a second by Mrs. Long to approve item 4.3, the presentation of the proclamation designating March 6th through the 10th, 2023 as Newspaper and Education Week. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. The motion to approve item 4.3, designating March 6th through 10th as Newspaper and Education Week carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving forward, may I have a motion to approve item 4.4, the presentation of the proclamation observing National School Breakfast Week, also March 6th through 10th, 2023.
Motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Edmond.
Second.
And a second by Mrs. Peters. Mr. Hendrick, can you please introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We just talked about food nutrition at our last workshop, and I'd like to call up our Director of Food Nutrition, Ms. Karen Uwari, who's going to talk to you about our breakfast program.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the board. Thank you, everyone, and our audience. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here to celebrate National School Breakfast Week. We're so excited for everyone to join us in inviting all of your grandkids, your kids, and your cousins, or anyone else who attends Pinellas County Schools to eat breakfast next week and continue to eat breakfast for us because we serve over 4.5 million breakfasts throughout the year. We want to continue to increase that because we understand that not only with reading a good newspaper, that a good breakfast goes hand in hand. So thank you so much, and we would like to invite you to come out. We all have our purple shirts, which means unity, and we dig school breakfast. So we say thank you, come out and encourage each and every one of your students and anyone that you know that attends our schools to please come out and help us celebrate National School Breakfast Week as we continue to feed the students and do well as far as their education. It goes hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Is there any discussion from the board? No, thank you. Oh,
I would just like to say thank you and the food and nutrition staff for everything that you are doing to provide high quality meals to children and those who eat breakfast and lunch at our schools. So thank you.
You're welcome. And we will continue to do more to increase the participation, to increase the variety of products and just more because guess what? Our students deserve the best they can have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Owari, for all that you are doing. Now, Mrs. Long, could you read the proclamation?
Yes.
Whereas today's children are tomorrow's leaders, they amaze us with their resiliency and inspire us with creativity and optimism. And whereas studies have shown that meals provided at school not only contribute to the national needs of students, but also significantly increases and enhances their ability to learn. And whereas the school breakfast program has served our nation admirably since it was permanently established in 1975 and is dedicated to the health and well-being of our nation's children. And whereas there is evidence of continued need for nutrition education and awareness of the value of school nutrition programs. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize the week of March 6th through the 10th, 2023 as National School Breakfast Week and encourages all residents to become aware and concerned about their children's and their own nutrition habits in hope of achieving citizenry for today and the future. Signed this 28th day of February, 2023.
Thank you. Any discussion of the board? Sorry, that was the correct place to say that. So we have a motion on the floor by Ms. Edmond and a second by Ms. Peters to approve item 4.4, the presentation of the proclamation observing National School Breakfast Week, March 6th through 10th, 2023. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to approve item 4.4, recognizing National School Breakfast Week, carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will now hear item 4.5, the recognition of finalists for the 2022-23 Teacher of the Year Recognition Program. Board members, we will be going down for the next two items to greet our amazing staff members. Mr. Hendrick, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to our audience, very excited tonight to recognize our top 10 finalists and our emerging finalists for Teachers of the Year. Mrs. Texel, our Associate Superintendent for Human Resources, is going to come up and introduce them. But as we await the board to come down, I just want to thank the public on February 8th for coming out to Mahaffey Theater. It was jam-packed to celebrate the education profession and to celebrate our top 10 finalists. They all did a tremendous job. I've been in each of their classrooms. They're each worthy to be Teacher of the Year for their school and for our district, and we're so happy to celebrate them individually this evening. Mrs. Texel?
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. I am truly honored to be here tonight to recognize and present to you all our top 10 finalists for Teacher of the Year, our winner, as well as our emerging Teacher of the Year as well. So I also want to thank our professional development department, our communications department, as well as our Pinellas Education Foundation for the work that they did, as Mr. Hendrick just mentioned, putting on such a wonderful event at the Mahaffey Theater just last month. And I do know that we are already thinking about next year's event, so we don't ever rest on that. But I do want to present to you our finalists for Teacher of the Year, along with some of the principals or supervisors who are here with them. Our first finalist is Rebecca Byrne, a first grade teacher at Azalea Elementary School. Jerry Cantrell, science teacher at Seminole High School, with his principal, Jane Lucas. Amber Holmes, third grade teacher from Melrose Elementary, with her assistant principal, Jennifer Smith. Dana Ingebretson, a science teacher from Boca Ciega High School, with her principal, Jennifer Gill. Rachel Almeida, PE teacher from Sandy Lane Elementary, with her principal, Kelly Austin. Jacqueline Reyes, library media technology specialist from Cypress Woods Elementary, with her principal, Kim Hill. Shelley Sorensen, science teacher from Osceola Middle School, with her principal, Derek Cron. Nicole Sidlowski, ELA teacher from Seminole Middle, with her principal, Michael Moss. Courtney Thompson, autism teacher at Nina Harris Exceptional Student Education Center. Her principal is actually in Kentucky with our national ESC Teacher of the Year. So she is being represented today by Area Superintendent Mr. Vignew. And our final teacher and our Pinellas County Schools Teacher of the Year, who has already submitted his application for the State Teacher of the Year program, Adam Zales, a math teacher, Azalea Middle, with his principal, Susan Alvaro. And we are anxiously awaiting to hear our finalists for the state program and look forward to hearing those results as well. I also wanted to take a moment and recognize our Emerging Teachers of the Year. And this is an award that we started a few years ago to recognize our early career teachers. And we have both our elementary and our secondary representatives here tonight. Our elementary Emerging Teacher of the Year, Floyd Howes, a 5th grade teacher at Lellman Avenue Elementary School with his principal, Kim Duffy. And our secondary Emerging Teacher of the Year, Fawn Baldizzi, a reading teacher at Tarpon Springs Middle School with her principal, Ronald Mason. And if we could give all of our teachers one more round of applause for the work they do each and every day.
Our second item, item 4.6, is a recognition of our semifinalists and finalists for the 2022-23 Support Employee of the Year recognition. We'll give them a moment to come up. We did recognize them in a formal ceremony on December 2nd at Feather Sound Country Club, where we named our Support Employee of the Year as well. And I'll pass it back to Ms. Texel to introduce them.
All right, good evening once again, and we're going to get right to the most important thing, which is recognizing our wonderful employees. And we really could not run our schools without the wonderful job that not only our support employees that are being recognized here tonight do, but all of our support employees throughout our district. So we are just very proud to have them with us here tonight. As you know, we have various categories, and so I might mention the category along with their either being a finalist or a semifinalist. So in the area of clerical, our finalist in that category is Gary Byron, our school office clerk 2 at Boca Ciega High, with his principal once again, Jennifer Gill. And in the clerical section as well, a semifinalist, Melissa Worthington, School Office Clerk 1 at Leila Davis Elementary, with her principal, Bill Durst. In the area of food service, I know we heard from food service just a moment ago. Our finalist is Christina Tamaro, Nutrition Manager 3 at Largo Middle, with her assistant principal, Miss Roberts. Another semifinalist in the area of food service, Amanda Seidenstecker, Food and Nutrition Assistant at Frontier Elementary with her principal, Gina Owens. In the classroom support category, semifinalist Mandy Smolka, Braille transcriber, and she is with Principal Kathy Wickett from Cross Bayou. In the area of transportation, our finalist in this category is Barbara Gray, bus driver relief, along with her supervisor, Cammie Weeks. And our 2022-23 Pinellas County Schools Support Employee of the Year, Nicole Martone, Head Plant Operator at Richard L. Sanders Exceptional Center, who also will be moving on to represent our district in the state competition, along with her principal. You can come on up, go ahead, Heidi D'Ambrosio. And once again, we do thank all of our support employees for the work they do each and every day, and we appreciate being able to recognize you all this evening. Thank you.
I'll ask our board to come back up, and we'll move on to our last item on the recognition agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Textile. Board members, is there any discussion on or acknowledgement for items 4.5 and 4.6 that we just had? Seeing none, we will now hear item 4.7, presentation of the 2021-2022 Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee, ICROC, annual report to the Pinellas County School Board and citizens of Pinellas County. Mr. Hendrick, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to call up Dr. Dan Evans, Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, as well as Corey Givens, who represents CoQuebs as one of our 7 members of the ICROC committee. It always bothered me when the superintendent took my thunder when I introduced this item in the past, so I'm not going to say much more other than to thank our citizens for the referendum and to thank the members of ICROC who meet each quarter to oversee this process. Dr. Evans.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, board members, Mr. Hendrick and staff. Of course, we're pleased to provide this annual report to the board and our community. It was in November of 2004, if you can believe that Pinellas County voters first approved the referendum to support our public schools. And the voters have since renewed that referendum 4 times, most recently, as we well know, in 2020. The school board established procedures and priorities for spending those funds, with 80% dedicated to teacher salaries and 20% of the funds to support reading, the visual arts, the performing arts, and technology. Since the referendum's inception, the board established the Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee, which we refer to as ICROC, to function as an advisory group to the board. ICROC meets quarterly to review referendum expenditures and ensure that initiatives are following the intent of the board and the public. ICROC includes representatives from the Pinellas Economic Development Council, Concerned Organization for the Quality Education of Black Students, CoQuebs, the League of Women Voters, Pinellas Realtor Organization, Arts for a Complete Education, Pinellas County Council PTAs, and the Pinellas Education Foundation. Each year, a member of ICROC presents the annual report to the school board and the public, and it's my honor to bring welcome tonight to ICROC Vice Chairman, Mr. Corey Givens, Jr.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. To the board, Mr. Hendricks, thank you so much for having us. It is my pleasure to present the following highlights for examples of initiatives supported by last year's referendum, 2021-2022. A total of $37.4 million were allocated in the 2021-2022 school year towards recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers. This is about $5,375 of every teacher's salary, which was funded by the referendum. This is a $144 increase from the 2020 to 2021 school year. Over $9.4 million was allocated to support the arts, reading, and technology. In the visual arts category, every art teacher, received discretionary funds to purchase classroom materials, and hundreds of teachers benefited from enhanced professional development courses. The referendum also supported the return of in-person field trips to local art museums and art centers for over 7,000 students. Summer enrichment services were also continued through the enrichment program referendum services, which were offered for summer art programs. In the performing arts category, 60 elementary school classrooms received funding for instruments and equipment. New teachers received enhanced support to ensure successful starts to their careers. And high school band uniforms were replaced at 2 different schools. In partnership with the Florida Orchestra, funds supported the Florida Teaching Artists Initiative. Additionally, referendum funds also supported all county events in band, chorus, and orchestra. In technology and digital learning, the long-term goal of outfitting every classroom with interactive technology through smart boards and other devices has been successful, allowing a shift from hardware to software. Referendum funds provided the opportunity for the district to purchase additional software programs to increase student engagement and individualized instruction, in addition to providing training as well for teachers. In support of reading, the referendum supported every school with funds to purchase well-needed materials for their classrooms, funds to continue to support targeted programs for grades K through 2, hundreds of teachers attending training specific to the needs of their students in the state standards, and a virtual student literacy conference was held for secondary students. Finally, reading referendum funds also supported efforts to improve scores on both the ACT and the SAT. In the 2021-22 school year, the charter school allocation was approximately $3.8 million. Charter schools used referendum funds on teacher salaries, specialized staff, performing arts costumes, visual arts supplies and equipment, student STEM clubs, technology purchases, reading programs, and ACT and SAT student test prep. In closing, as we look towards continued referendum implementation, IC-ROC will remain steadfast in our efforts to provide oversight of these invaluable resources and keep the school board and public informed of the district's progress. Thank you for having us here tonight, and I defer any questions to Dr. Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans and Mr. Givens. Is there any discussion from the board members? Seeing none, thank you very much for bringing this update to us. Thank you. Good evening. All right, we are going to move forward to number 5, public comments on agenda items. Members of the public have 3 separate opportunities to address the school board when we gather for a business meeting. The first is public comment on agenda items. The second is at public hearings, most of which are policies, and the last is after our meeting when speakers may address the general business of the district. At each opportunity for public input, board members are here to listen to you. This is not a time for interaction, but the board will take your comments into consideration before it votes on agenda items. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in conducting our meetings. This includes refraining from clapping or making audible noises during or after a speaker's comments. We appreciate you assisting us in maintaining a civil and constructive environment for all. Lastly, please note that this meeting and all public comments will be broadcast live on the internet, and the video will be publicly archived. Members of the public may always communicate to the board through our email address, board@pcsb.org, or by calling the board office at 588-6300. Thank you. Mrs. Hauk, are there any speakers for agenda items?
Yes, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Hendrick. We have 2 speakers for agenda items. Speakers who have signed up to speak to the public hearing will be called at that time. The first 2 speakers are Renee Chia and Mark Clutho.
Good evening. I'm speaking to agenda item 7.6, the NEFEC. I would like to know who's the responsible party in the district to review this and ensure compliance with HB 7 and HB 1557. That's my only comment on that. On agenda item 7.7, number 239-63137 regarding AVID. I've spoken to the board before about my feelings on AVID, and I think that this should be reviewed very closely and possibly workshopped, which I think it may be in the future. And on item 23205-141, Civic Literacy Excellence Initiative, I would like to know what fresh new woke hell this is, and I mean that in the literary use of the term. Last year, after the governor signed HB 7 and HB 1557, I was told by this body all the reasons and excuses why you couldn't take a proactive approach to reviewing materials for compliance with the law. And the leading excuse being that the Florida Department of Education does the curriculum review for you, and you pinky promised to finally follow the law at that time in its due course. Well, interestingly, we just completed a review of the submitted curriculum for social studies, and the results were abysmal. I trust the state will take the results and recommended curriculum to the districts. The curriculum they move forward to the districts will be in line with the law rather than the abysmal review. So what does the Pinellas County Communist Party, otherwise known as the district, do? They asked for $250,000 to implement a contract to print their own books and supplemental materials from Xanadu. What does a 3-second search about Xanadu reveal? Their commitment to the bad touch version of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and their commitment to corporate social responsibility initiatives, which is code for We Fund the CCP and Global Woke agendas. You might want to rethink this one unless you're prepared to have every material printed and used by this contract being on continuous PRA requests to review for compliance, because we will be doing that. So, thank you.
Mark Clutho, Largo. 7.7, strategic direction, effective and efficient use of resources. This is for the request of approval of purchasing items in accordance with bid policies and procedures. Well, you know, the proof's in the pudding. And look at the buildings that we get, such as that new building up there on the Clearwater High School campus. That's effective and efficient? Not. That is squandering resources. And for over 20 years, I've been here giving examples of how resources have been squandered, science ignored. As Winston Churchill said, we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. And, yeah, the end result is, a study just said, climate change is worse than we thought. Now, it's that old adage, cause and effect. And that leads to 7.8. Request approval of the apprenticeship training program agreement with Associated Builders and Contractors. The strategic direction is for career and college readiness, not, again, you're on the wrong track. You aren't applying the right science, because look again at that Clearwater building.
Thank you. We have no other speakers.
Thank you. We also have no items under unfinished business under 6, so we're going to move to 7, the consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. I have a movement for approval by Mrs. Cook for the amended consent agenda and a second by Ms. Edmond. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. The motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended carries unanimously. Now, may I have a motion to approve the first pulled item, item 7.7, bid number 23963137 by Mrs. Meyer. Do I have a motion to,
Move approval of that bid.
Second.
I have a motion by Mrs. Cook and a second by Ms. Edmond. And now for discussion, Mrs. Meyer, would you like to lead the discussion?
Before we do that, could she tell us what page out of the 62?
Yes.
That bid
number is?
Oh, I didn't write that down.
Page 40.
40? Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, fellow board members, I wanted to pull this item because, first of all, I had a number of questions about it. And as I was going through and asking questions, and I want to also thank Dr. Evans for taking my multiple phone calls and kind of walking me through some of this, I still have a lot of questions about it. And in looking at this professional development institute through AVID that is held annually over the summer, I just have a lot of concerns over the price tag, really. I mean, we're talking $1,000 per educator, 356 educators. A lot of my questions about who would be in attendance have still not been answered, whether they have attended before or they're all new. And then that brought me further looking into the program itself. And while I agree that there's a lot of benefits to the program, right? Career and college readiness, organizational skills for our students, Cornell note-taking, binder checks, all of these things that do prepare our students for life outside of school. This year, we've allocated $1.9 million for this program. And to me, these items and these what this program offers, I think, are essentially just best practices. These are things that we should be doing for all of our students. These are things that should be offered to every student in our district, not just B and C students or students that qualify for the AVID program. And quite frankly, I think that, you know, we, like Mrs. Hines said at one of our recent meetings, our leaders in our district, our teachers, are the experts, and we could put together a program like this within our district. We have the tools, we have the knowledge. This is a program we've had since 2005. Again, when I asked questions like, can you please show me evidence, real hard data and statistics that this program has, you know, benefited our students in a tangible way since 2005, I really am only getting anecdotal evidence. So the bottom line is I want to see that $1.9 million in the classrooms, right, with the supplies that our teachers need. I want to see that $1.9 million in the paychecks and in the pockets of our teachers, because I think this is a program that we can create on our own, like we've done in a lot of other instances. And I think, and I would like to see us in the essence of effective and efficient use of resources, that we table this, we workshop this, and we talk about this as a board before we move forward with this program.
Ms. Peters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow board members. I also had many questions about this as well, so thank you for pulling this. Thank you, Dr. Evans, and also Mr. Smith, for the questions that I also asked and had answered. So I echo everything that Ms. Meyer has said. I have the same concerns and also confidence in our district. We have been, AVID started in 2005, so that's 18 years that we have been implementing these strategies into our schools, and to, you know, starting in just one school in 2005, so we've been implementing and expanding the programs. And in asking financial questions and so on and so forth as well. I really believe that our district, you know, we move up to where we have the advantage of having, actually I have a question. I don't know if this can be answered here or not, but do we know if AVID's, if students who are enrolled in the AVID program or taking AVID courses, when they go to fill out their college and career readiness applications, do they have any advantage over other students who are enrolled in AP courses when they fill out those applications? Is there something to some benefit to a student who's filling out the application and has AVID, AP, or college courses versus a student that has taken, a conventional student who has taken AP or college courses? Is there a spot on an application for that when they're filling that out?
I would say every college treats that differently, so certainly advanced coursework is supportive of that, but colleges have a number of factors that come into play. So to say that AVID or band or another one, it would depend on the college.
Okay, thank you. And, okay, so we have, let's see, sorry about that. So we have several programs in place already in our school district, one that is actually new this year. But we have students that are in the Bridging the Gap plan. And I did notice in one of the surveys that was sent in regards to another board member's question in an email. So I'm so sorry, public, we were able to email questions to our different departments, and then they send us all the questions and all the answers right before the board meeting. So one of the questions basically asked what, measurable outcomes were. So in one of the surveys provided that was provided with measurable outcomes, they did a survey where they screened several students that were in Palm Beach County that were enrolled in the AVID program versus conventional students. The survey didn't state if they were AP students or just regular conventional students. So that was one nuance that I would like to have seen a little bit more detail on. But I did notice that 79% of the students that were involved in the program in Palm Beach, in the AVID program in Palm Beach, were on the free and reduced lunch program. I don't know if we have a similar percentage of AVID enrolled students enrolled in the AVID program that are also on the free and reduced lunch program. If that's
yes, disproportionate number of students. I mean, AVID, the elective course, and I can speak a little bit more when you're done, but the elective portion definitely works with students who are in the academic middle,
right.
Who typically their parents have not gone to college, and so it's preparing them to take these courses to go to college for the first time. And so there is a disproportionate number of students who have free reduced lunch.
Okay. And so with that, would it be reasonable to guess that a lot of these students are also in the Bridging the Gap plan? These same students that are enrolled in AVID that are on the free and reduced lunch program, are they also falling in the Bridging the Gap program?
Some, but not all.
Okay. So we do have the Bridging the Gap plan. We have Naviance, eDocs. We have a newly implemented position in all of our high schools now of the College and Career Readiness School Coordinator, which, if I understand correctly, is also in every single high school in Pinellas County District?
That's correct.
Okay. And then when I looked at, I'm just making sure I understand everything. When I looked at the available careers for Pinellas County schools, which there are a lot, so I encourage the public to also do the same thing and consider working for our district. I did not see any open positions for that particular position. So I can assume that they're full?
That's correct.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, so now we have that position in place in every single high school. We have other tools that we use to help ensure that our students are college and career ready. We have amazing staff aside from that particular coordinator position. And I think I agree with Ms. Meyer that we are at a point now where we can take that 18 years of experience. We have proven within our district that we have improved graduation rates. We have so many things that we have implemented within our own district that are unique to our district. And I would like to also see that money go to, and we also do provide, make our own professional development for our teachers as well in some cases. So I would like to see us do that for our district in place of Avid, or at least up for discussion. I don't know all the details, obviously, but I have confidence that our district could do that and that we can help craft that in a way that will, once again, show that Pinellas County District is a leader in not just the state of Florida, but in our country. So we just wouldn't have the Avid brand name potentially on things, but I don't think, unless there's something that I'm not aware of, I think that that's something that we could certainly accomplish and at a fraction of the cost. Thank you.
Ms. Cook, did you speak still?
Would you like to go first?
Sure, if you don't
Mr.
mind.
Hendrick,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Madam Chair. Just a few things. First, just about Avid in general, and then we can speak to this item in particular. First of all, when you implement Avid in a school, you're not implementing the course. So every student in the school benefits from Avid. So there are systems, leadership, instruction, culture that are the focus of each and every Avid training. And so you build systems in your school to support students for college and career readiness. You build instructional strategies across the curriculum. So not just in the Avid elective, but in every course a student takes, they're getting the benefit of those instructional strategies. You're building leadership skills so that leaders understand how to implement college and career ready systems across their campus and learn from others to do so. And then you're building a culture of success in so doing. So when you implement Avid in a school, it's not about an elective for a handful of students, it's about a system for all students. In 2005, when Pinellas County Schools began implementing Avid, it was one teacher in one school, and it's grown to every secondary school. So this particular item is actually as part of our district strategic plan. Number 5.3 that the board previously approved was to direct the district to implement Avid in all secondary schools. That requires training of our teachers on an annual basis, not every teacher every year, but new teachers to the program, or in particular, new teachers to advance coursework. How this program is funded is through the weighted FTE that comes in when students pass those advanced courses. So when you put new students into advanced placement, into IB, into ACE, into dual enrollment for the first time, they need support. And so that training gives the teacher themselves the support within the class, but then the Avid elective gives the opportunity for students to get additional support in the Avid elective that then generates the FTE, which then allows us to do this training. If you go back to 2005, or if you look today, we have over, for example, 22,000 college credits earned by our students last year. If we go back to 2005, that number is probably about 5,000. So the additional benefit of FTE, which is 0.16 FTE on every one of those college courses, is reinvested into teachers and to students for professional learning in order to make this happen. In the elementary schools, right now we have 25 elementary schools implementing Avid. That's not even a quarter, or a little bit over a quarter, in between that and a third of our elementary schools. That program is only school-wide. There is no elective course. It's all students in every single school. It is, as you mentioned, Ms. Peters, part of our Bridging the Gap plan and a key strategy to do that. And so I move recommendation of this item to the board and would fully support the implementation of Avid in our schools.
Ms. Cook?
You know, just as we all know that you don't wait for high school to start talking about preparing children for college, the same thing happens with Avid. And so giving them the organizational skills so that they can be successful when they get into middle school and high school and starting in the elementary school and moving forward is something that I would support. I've been in several of the classrooms that have had it. There are students, if you ask them, has anybody in your family gone to college? And they'll say no. And they ask a lot of questions about college. This motivates them. Now, will they go into a career instead? Possibly, but they will have the study skills that are necessary. They will have the organizational skills no matter what they get into. Any kind of job, they're going to need organizational skills. And I have seen the program expand and been very pleased with the outcomes and the things that teachers and principals are saying about the students that have gone through this. The other piece is we have national notoriety with this because we are demonstration sites and people from all over the country come and see what we're doing in our AVID programs. I don't want this watered down because we decide to Pinellasize things. We have done that in the past, and we've lost some really good pieces that make programs successful. Let's just put it that way. So I would support keeping the AVID program wholeheartedly and would vote in favor of it.
Ms. Edmond.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for responding to the questions that were presented by board members, and thank you, Superintendent Hendrick, for giving a lot of detail about the importance and how the district has used AVID. When I worked at Woodlawn Elementary, we used AVID, and the skill sets and techniques and strategies that students learned at an elementary level will help them continue as they go to middle school and high school. And most recently, I had the opportunity to go to Tarpon Springs, which also is implementing the AVID strategies and has plans of making it more school-wide. I, again, support this, and I think it's crucial and critical to the development of our students. And our investment in our teachers is investment in our students. Thank you.
Ms. Lowell.
Thank you. I remember when AVID was introduced in 2005. I was a teacher. And the year it came out, one teacher was trained. But they came back to the school and started showing us the different parts of AVID and how we can use it in our classroom. I saw students get more engaged. They were excited. They were learning a skill that they probably they never saw at home, let alone in the classroom. It really helps students. You know, I didn't know how to do Cornell notes before that because back in the dinosaur days, they didn't teach it in college. But AVID, I've seen it work. I travel the county. I know at Osceola Middle, AVID is just amazing what they're doing. And I support this purchase.
I'd like to make a comment before I come back to Mrs. Meyer. This program, we've heard from the teachers, we've heard from other board members, and while this may be anecdotal, I'm a parent of 2 children who've been through AVID, and I've seen the effects that it's had on their academic success. And the systems and the management strategies that are utilized in AVID, while we model those in our home, having them reiterated by teachers, by staff, and by school officials has only furthered and helped my own children to achieve a better academic success. And so while I've seen it personally in my home, how these academic opportunities have helped, I fully support the district reaching out to continue to grow in our model of systems management, to grow with what is happening and changing in our world. And I think we need to continue to reach out to other organizations, to other well-organized and successful organizations, so that we are making sure that the students who graduate our schools are ready for the competitiveness of the business world, the competitiveness of the college world, and how things change over time. And it's these kind of connections and these kind of opportunities that help us to continue to be on the edge of what is happening now, and not what has happened in the past, but continuing to keep our students relevant so that when they apply for colleges, they are ahead of the game and they are ready to go, and they're ready by 11th grade. And so I fully support this program for academic achievement, as I have seen personally at home what it's done for my children and for friends of theirs and families that I've seen and known through the years. And so I think to your point, is it something we could do for potentially less money? I think that's where we would have to look at that, and potentially in the future that's something we could look at, but it may in fact cost as much or more in order to do a program such as this in our own district and to start it from the ground level up without the correct training and trainers and models of achievement. We would have to create all of that, which could in fact cost more money than what we're asking for this training currently. Also, I think that would take an incredible amount of time and not something that we could turn around and implement in 6 months. So with that, I'd be interested to hear potentially more information in the future, but as of now, for this particular agenda item, I think it's important for our district to continue to move it forward. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead. Mrs. Meyer had her hand up a second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to make one more point because I want to clarify, first of all, that I'm not saying right now, let's make this decision to not have AVID, okay? Because I think I did point out that there are multiple good things that I have seen that I think are great for our students, and they do prepare them for college and career readiness. My question is really more on this agenda item. One of the things I didn't mention is that there is a training that is put on by AVID that is done for, particularly for leadership. It is $199 per person versus $1,000. Someone I think just made a comment, Mrs. Long, I think it was you made a comment about how that one teacher came back and trained the whole school. I am trying to be fiscally responsible, and $356,000 is a lot of money. And so I'm not saying let's today not have AVID. I absolutely, that was kind of a down the road, let's workshop it, let's talk about it. But what I am saying is I think that there's potentially a better way to make sure that this training happens this summer. And maybe we send all of our principals and assistant principals for the leadership, and then they can bring back those strategies and implement them into their schools, and also tailor them to the needs of their students, because we know that all of our schools are different. So, I mean, in our strategic plan, our strategic direction is effective and efficient use of resources, and I want to see us do that more often without taking things away from our students.
Ms. Peters, you had your hand up again.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a question, I think probably for Mr. Smith. In the budget status summary, I see a balance of 0300 that you sent me the purchase service for it. Yes, sir. It says balance amount for $495,821.89. Is this coming out of that amount? Is this $356,000, $250,000 coming out of that amount? Where is it coming from on this?
So the request that you the request that you gave to me earlier today was for last year's budget, which was the 21-22 school year. That amount would have been a budget balance that was left over at the end of the year, and that would have carried forward into this year. So that would become part of the base budget for this year, and yes, that $359,000 or so would come from that budget.
So that item is already accounted for, and we've already budgeted for
It is at this point.
for this training. Okay.
It wouldn't be reflected on that because that was last fiscal year.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Okay. So I don't want to take anything away from our teachers and students either. I'm trying to, I see a lot of money being spent on a program that I want to make sure I understand. I want to make sure we're looking at it with a new set of eyes, with the things that we have implemented in our schools, the amazing people that do work in our schools, our teachers and staff. And I just have confidence that these things should be being implemented anyway. All of these skills and these that they're learning. I would just need to see. I'm also not advocating for for stopping AVID. That's not what I'm going for here. But I just think that we need to be looking at it with kind of a new set of eyes, again, based on what we have already achieved in our district and the potential that we have within the staff that we have in our schools. If we're already implementing these practices as we should be, then I just think that we need to take another look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Long?
Okay. As school board members, we have to look at public opinion. We have to especially listen to our parents and our teachers and then our administrators. Yes, Some children need a whole lot more than others. This program and the techniques that we're learning, they help all teachers. Yes, kids are benefiting, but teachers are putting more tools in their toolbox. And as we're moving to a time where instruction is almost personalized. In our lesson plans, we have to show what we are doing different for each child. This is one successful program that I've heard from teachers helps them. And that, as a school board, is what we should be looking for. What is best for all? Let me repeat that. All students. The extremely gifted, the average student, and the students that are struggling. Because if students don't get an education, it's you, the taxpayers, including me, that are going to have to support these kids if they can't get a job. We don't want that for our county. We want our children, every single one. And as a teacher, you don't ask students as they come through the door, whoever walks through your door. I don't care the color. I don't care what the parents, their political views. You accept every single child and you work your tail off to help those children. I didn't teach for 37 years and know that was the number one thing. Whoever walked through my door, I accepted those children. I learned to build a relationship with them and love them and give them every single ounce I had to help them. And that should be our mission.
Just a reminder to the audience members, as the chair already noted, there are no audible noises. Thank you. So that we not only can have efficient debate up here, but when speakers come, they can have their time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mrs. Long. As an educator myself, I agree. I absolutely agree. What we do here is important work. And I would like to put a motion forward for us to, can I do that?
No, at the moment, we already have a motion on the floor.
Can we, because this doesn't have to be decided until, I believe I looked at the deadline, I believe it was just before May 1st. Can we come back to this at our next workshop? Can we talk about this in leadership and look at this as a board before we make this decision?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to clarify that right now the main motion is on the floor to approve the item as recommended by the superintendent. A board member could make one of a variety of motions at this point, including a motion to postpone.
Okay.
So that's one that I know the board has done in the past, a motion to postpone either to a date certain or to postpone indefinitely. And that is just a simple motion, can be debated, needs a second, and then we would handle that. It would need to be voted upon. A simple majority would pass that motion, and then you would move on to the other main motion.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Meyer, you may make a motion to postpone it if you would like.
And I think we all, have, there's a lot of things that we all agree on this agenda item. And so I would ask for a motion to wait to vote on this item because we have time where we can talk about it together, in the sunshine at our next workshop, which is next week.
That would be a motion to postpone.
Just to postpone until
Postpone the
next
vote.
week.
Okay, so I have a motion to postpone this agenda item for the workshop. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
We have a second by Ms. Peters. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
No. The motion fails with a 2-5 vote. 2 for and 5 opposed. And moving back to the original agenda item, we had a motion on the floor by Mrs. Cook to approve this bid number from 7.7 and a second by Ms. Edmond. All those in favor of approving the item say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
No.
And 2 opposed. So the motion carries with a 5 in agreement and 2 opposed for agenda item 7.7, bid number 239-63137. It carries. Thank you. And now we're going to go to the second pulled agenda item, which is 7.7, bid number 232-5141. This is on page 44, if you are looking at the agenda packet. And Ms. Peters, I'm gonna send it to you to open the, I'm sorry, I need a motion to hear the pulled agenda item. So I have a motion for this bid number. We have a movement by approval by Ms. Cook.
Second.
And a second by Ms. Edmond, and now I'll hand it over to Ms. Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have what I think is probably an easy question. I hope it's an easy question. This is a bid for us to print for $250,050 to print some civics curriculum for 9th through 12th grade. When will the board see the curriculum? When will the curriculum come before the board for us to approve it? I see that we're getting approval to print it. When will we see the actual curriculum?
Madam Chair. So the materials for K through 12, not just 9 through 12. And just for some background, this is a grant from the Florida Department of Education, a Civic Literacy Excellence Grant, which was given in December of 21. It'll expire in September of 23. It's part of the ESSER ARP, and so the Department of Education has passed down these funds to us. And our job is to purchase funds off of a list that they've already provided, and that's the customized piece that we're asking for approval on. So in terms of what are those topics, I can call up Mr. Matt Bloom or Dr. Dan Evans to speak to the list and where we can find that list, but essentially it's an expansion of the list that they've already provided to us.
Are they coming up here for clarification? This is Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you all. We appreciate it. I'm joined by our excellent 612 social studies specialist, Mr. Matt Bloom, and we are committed to building as best we can a world-class civic literacy curriculum, and this is part of that effort. But to be specific to the question, I'll turn it over to Matt so we can really understand what we're looking to purchase or to print really ultimately, which are primary source documents aligned to the expectations of the state civic literacy standards. Matt, do you want to add to that?
Good afternoon. So a little bit of history since I'm a social studies teacher. In 2019, the governor signed into law HB 807, which was a standards review for civics and government. And that called for, that review ended up calling for a revision of our standards, which goes into effect in the 23-24 school year, so next year. As part of the governor's Civic Excellence Initiative, there was a number of facets to that that included civic literacy coaches and captains at the state level, the recently released Civic Seal of Excellence endorsement course, along with a number of other things that included grant money for districts to be able to enhance their civics and government curriculum in light of these new academic standards that schools will be implementing. And so what we're bringing forward to you is something that we had previously sent to the DOE as a proposal to ensure that we were in alignment with the expectations of both the grant and of the new standards. And so we received that approval to move forward and share this with you all. When will you see the curriculum? It's going to be built out from primary sources, so it's not something that we are buying as a package. That's one of the nice things about this particular organization is that we get to customize what we are actually going to purchase and put in place to support our teachers in their instruction of the civics and government standards. And so from a high school lens, what we're building is a civic literacy reader that will contain primary sources that we've excerpted to be able to target specifically the new civics and government benchmarks and their aligned clarifications. So something like excerpts from The Republic by Plato so that we can target student learning directly to ideas on republicanism, Or we might look at something on natural law and separation of powers by reviewing excerpts from the Commentaries of Law by William Blackstone or the Second Treatise of Government by John Locke. And what we're really aiming for, and something that has been, as I've engaged in the Civic Seal of Excellence endorsement course, is a deep understanding of core documents that influenced our founders' ideals and influenced our founding documents. So we'll be able to use these primary sources to further develop students' historical thinking and historical talking skills by reading these documents firsthand like a historian would, with the ultimate goal of them engaging authentically in these core texts and deeply understanding those principles throughout the course or courses.
You can add one more thing to that conversation is that this company is ultimately it was going to just print and provide for us the materials that we just described. So we get clean copies. They also have a copyright, so they can get us clean copies of these documents so they're easy for our kids to access and use. But it is a primary source, resource for us, as Matt described.
So what are we printing? Is it just a list of primary sources, or?
You go ahead.
Oh, so specifically for high school, what we'll be doing, if you look at the purchase for that, there's really not a lot of money in physical printing. We'll be printing a master copy of this civic literacy reader for the high school teachers to have, so that they can make clean copies from and engage students in text marking and things like that. So there's only $2,000 of that are of this purchase for that purpose. What we'll be doing with their system is controlling the edit and the building and the addition of the primary sources. They'll have some, Xanadu has some of these documents already there, but we get to customize the types of questions for reflection or discussion that we want to ask teachers. So we're really building this with our new standards in mind for the benefit of engaging students deeply in this content. So it's not like we're buying something that's already pre-packaged that we just have to take as is. We get the chance to build it and look at that and give the input on what we really want to see to ensure that 100% of the resources that make up this, it'll eventually become, they call it a book, but for our practical purposes moving forward, because we'll own this in perpetuity, it'll be essentially a PDF or a series of PDFs that our teachers would have access to design lessons for.
Okay, and so I'll ask maybe a different way. When does the board get to see this material that you're going to be using for this?
Well, again, we are sourcing the materials. So we have ownership in the materials that we're selecting. We're selecting materials that would be aligned to what the state has already provided for and allowed for. The primary source documents that Matt's referencing are well articulated within the state DOE benchmarks and guidelines, and so we will be following those. So we would procure those materials specific to that list. We wouldn't be looking to procure materials outside of those. That's the scope of what is in the standards and what's on the state list. Is that correct, Matt?
Yes.
I think what she was asking is when will those materials be compiled and completed
The timeline.
for review?
Yes, the timeline. You want to speak to that?
So if this is approved, then we'll begin working in March. And then obviously the goal is to have this ready and available for teachers, if not over the summer for professional development purposes to ensure that those teachers understand how to implement these materials. It would certainly be before the beginning of the next school year is when we're looking to have this all completed.
Okay, yes, okay, thank you. And so this would be then implemented for the 23-24 school year?
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
So, okay, well, I look forward to seeing all of that work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on bid number 232-05141? Seeing none, I misspoke a moment ago, so just a correction for the minutes. This was a motion to approve bid number 232-05141. Is that correct, Mrs. Cook?
Yes.
And the second by Ms. Edmond? Yes, and that was to approve it. I said it was for the discussion, but it is for the approval of the bid item, and I want to correct that for the minutes. With that, we have a movement for approval by Ms. Cook and a second by Ms. Edmond to approve bid number 7.7, agenda item 7.7, bid number 232-05141. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and bid number 7.7, bid number 232054141 is approved unanimously. I think that concludes number 7. We are going to move to non-consent at this point. First item is 8.1, the public hearing to receive public comment on the recommended instructional materials for the school year 2023-2024. And Mr. Hendrick, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you talked about earlier, one of the opportunities for the public to hear about what's happening in the district is when we adopt materials. So tonight we're bringing for the public hearing the adoption of English language arts materials for grades 3, 4, and 5. We previously did the adoption for grades K through 2 and 6 through 12 last school year. So I've called Dr. Dan Evans up again to introduce this, and Megan Fry, who's our coordinator of instructional materials, is here, and Mr. Mike Feeney, who oversees our elementary curriculum, is here as well in case there are questions. Dr. Evans.
Thank you, board members, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. Yes, we are pleased to bring forward the English Language Arts 3 to 5 instructional materials for consideration and for the opportunity for public comment. As you know, it's the responsibility of the Pinellas County School Board to adopt and provide adequate instructional materials to all our students in the district. As mandated by Florida statute, a hearing is required to receive public comment prior to board approval. Public access to the recommended materials must be provided 20 days prior to the scheduled public hearing, this hearing here tonight. Online access was made available to the public on February 3rd, and we will extend the opportunity for public review on our website through March 7th, which is beyond the required 20 days. The instructional materials are posted, as I mentioned, on our district website for the public's review. Just a reminder to the board and to our community that we have new state standards that have been recently implemented, the state best standards for ELA, and we are required to purchase materials that align to those standards. As a district, we've been preparing for the release of the new state standards for several years now. So just to give us a little bit of historical context, in 2018-19, if I can take us back a couple years, in anticipation of the release of the new state standards, the district conducted a curriculum audit of our ELA, English Language Arts reading materials at that time, and feedback from that audit, from the external auditor and our internal feedback from our teachers, was for a more enhanced writing-centered curriculum in our early grades. More foundational literacy skill development was an ask of that audit, and more student consumable materials. Fast forwarding to 2020-21, we went through the formal adoption process at that time. We formed our review committees and considered a variety of ELA materials from the state adopted providers. In giving their input, our schools voted for their preference, and a clear majority of schools at that time asked us to move forward with a customized curriculum in alignment with the audit findings. In 2021-22, which had been last year, the board approved the purchase of and the contract with PCG, Public Consulting Group, which is a state-approved provider, and moved forward with the development and approval of the first of these materials, which would have been the K2 materials at this time last year. After public review and feedback, the board approved the K2 materials right around this time last year. It was in February of last year. So now, as we head into this school year, we are beginning the implementation and the assessment for the first time of the best ELA standards, the state standards for grades 3 to 5. So in doing so, we have developed the materials before you today in collaboration with our textbook provider, our district grade level experts in ELA and reading, and of course our teacher grade level teams who've been great assets in the development of these materials. These teams have worked tirelessly to create, revise, and improve the materials through an ongoing feedback process that we went through with the board at a recent workshop. To that end, I want to thank our elementary education division, Mr. Mike Feeney and his team for their great work. Ms. Megan Fry, who's been introduced our program coordinator for instructional materials, for her great work as well, and most especially to our dedicated teachers who have worked with us to make these materials so outstanding. After tonight's public hearing, we expect to move forward with board approval next month per our timeline, and we thank you again for your consideration tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Evans and
Thank you.
Ms. Fry. Thank you. While there is no vote for this item this evening, but rather it's an opportunity to hear from the public as described. As a reminder, as we begin the public hearing opportunity, board members are here to listen. This is not a time for interaction, but the board will take your comments into consideration before it votes on these agenda items. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in conducting our meetings, and this includes refraining from clapping or making audible noises during or after a speaker's comments out of respect for not only the speaker and their time, but for all the other speakers here this evening. So we ask and we thank you for your respect in advance. We appreciate you assisting us in maintaining this civil and constructive environment. Mrs. Hauk, are there any speakers for this public hearing?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 3 speakers for this item. The first 2 are Mark Clutho and Anna Breedlove.
Mark Clutho, Largo. I'm going to be brief, but I think that for these youngsters, I believe you should lean to a woke agenda. Get them on the right path.
Anna Breedlove. The next speaker is Dr. Christy Faust. Dr. Christy Faust.
Hi there. So yeah, I am Dr. Christy Faust. I am a former high school teacher in Pinellas County Schools. And on this topic, I just want to say, once upon a time, Pinellas County Schools hired me, so you do a pretty good job of that. You hire experts in your field. You hire really qualified education professionals. And as far as adopting this curriculum, I fully support the decision of the district and the recommendation made by the district to adopt these materials. I also support any resources that uplift the humanity of all people, all students, all families, and resources that embrace the lives and contributions of the Black community and the LGBTQ community. So yes, fully support adopting these and trust the experts that you hired for this purpose. Thanks so much.
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers for this item.
Seeing no more speakers, is there any discussion by the board members? No, we're going to conclude that portion of the meeting. Next, may I have a motion to approve item 8.2, the approval of the settlement proposal with Juul Inc. and Juul-related defendants in the vaping litigation. Movement for approval by Mrs. Edmond and a second by Mrs. Cook. Mr. Hendrick, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, you've heard in a workshop many years ago about vaping in this litigation, but it continues to be an issue in our schools. But this particular settlement, I'm going to pass to Mr. Kapersky for some background on this and this final settlement.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick. Madam Chair and board members, you have in front of you a request of approval, the tentative settlement involving a multi-district litigation relating to vaping and electronic cigarettes. So, as Superintendent Hendrick said, in 2020, the school board voted to join what is known as a multi-district litigation. It's a legal term. It's sort of like a class action case, but instead of a class action case with one lawsuit and many members of the class, a multi-district litigation are many different lawsuits with usually just one or two plaintiffs in each case. But all of those cases are heard by one judge, and they're consolidated, and the judge and the steering committees of the plaintiffs' attorneys and the defense counsel, the goal is to try to seek an appropriate settlement. And usually there is one or more bellwether trials so that the parties can determine what a jury would do with these various cases. And in fact, in this case, which is venued out in California, there was a bellwether trial, and there was a return by a jury of a multi-million-dollar verdict, and that, I believe, helped push the defendants along into the settlement negotiations. And so this board, as I said, in 2020, had hired plaintiffs' attorneys who we normally do not work with, but who are located out in Kansas City, and then our local counsel, if you want to call it local, is out of Orlando, Florida. So in this case, there were 1,461 school districts around the country that each filed individual lawsuits in this one court. In addition, there were other educational agencies around the country, and then a few dozen counties and cities. But you may also have read in recent months there was also a states took action, the attorneys general, against Juul, Altria, and other related corporate entities relating to the vaping epidemic in their states. But this one is primarily specifically related to public schools. And so the plaintiffs' counsels and the defense counsel have been negotiating for close to a year on a settlement, informed greatly by the bellwether trial that occurred and came back with a jury verdict, and based upon a formula that was used depending upon how many students you have, when you filed the lawsuit, what states you were in, how many of your schools were high school, middle, or elementary. The formula came down for Pinellas County Schools to be offered a settlement in the amount of $3,196,761 in a gross amount, after attorney's fees, which we took the case on a contingency fee basis with no costs out of pocket. Plus, we had many costs of the litigation that we needed to share in the reimbursement of the plaintiff's attorneys. We recouped about 68% of that as a net return, so we stand to gain a net value of approximately $2,174,000. And so each individual plaintiff needs to take a vote on whether they accept this settlement. If you reject the settlement, then we remain in the litigation, and we would be heading towards a jury trial, most likely in 2024 sometime. Because that jury trial and the result of it is uncertain, as is any litigation, plus the fact that we would have additional costs and staff time and resources needed to dedicate towards that jury trial, and a few other reasons listed in the agenda item, it is my recommendation as your counsel that we accept this settlement proposal. I would note that even if we accept it, this only relates to Juul Labs, Inc., Juul, Inc., and some other Juul-related defendants. There are still other defendants in the case, and so you may see in the future additional funds coming as a settlement from those. So we will still remain in the litigation, but we will be settled with the primary defendants. Thank you.
Thank you. We have discussion from Ms. Hine.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Kaprisky, for your explanation tonight, and also your explanation at our workshop last week, all of the documents that you've provided and answers you've questioned on this. Thank you. I do support us taking this settlement in this case, and I'm happy to answer any questions to that effect. I do want to take the opportunity to ask our community to support our children throughout the county in this epidemic when it comes to vaping across our community. Our schools are doing everything they can. Everything they can. I mean, you can imagine what smoking in the bathroom was like, right? Many, many years ago, that was what teachers were facing. This is very different. If you've ever seen these vaping cartridges, et cetera, the way that they innovate and modernize them so that they can be hidden, all those kinds of things, as well as additional drugs aside from nicotine. So this is an issue that we all as a community, including our county public health department, our board of county commissioners, state health department, et cetera. We need a massive public information campaign, and we need families everybody involved in trying to cut this epidemic for our children. So I ask for your help. I thank our teachers for the work that they do every day trying to curb this. It's tough. So thank you for that help.
Thank you. Well said. Very well said. We have a motion on the floor by Ms. Edmond and a second by Ms. Cook to approve item 8.2, the approval of the settlement proposal with Juul and Juul-related defendants in the vaping litigation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. 8.2 carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving to new business, do we have any items introduced by the superintendent, Mr. Hendrick?
Yes, Madam Chair. I wanted to first tonight, we heard a little bit from our Clearwater High School students about athletics, and it's the end of the winter sports season, and I wanted to congratulate some of our teams and wish some best of luck who are still playing. So first, our Palm Harbor girls and Eastlake boys won our PCAC soccer titles. Those are the Pinellas County Athletic Conference, and the Palm Harbor girls team advanced to the state Final Four for their only loss of the year in penalty kicks in overtime. It was a rough loss to Boca Raton High School. I want to congratulate in basketball Clearwater High School's girls and St. Petersburg High School's boys teams on winning the PCAC titles. The Clearwater girls team advanced all the way to the Final Four in Lakeland last week and lost in the Final Four. And then I want to wish best of luck Thursday to two of our boys teams. Gibbs High School advanced to the Final Four by beating Kissimmee Gateway, and they will take on Monterey Lakes Academy from Miami at 10 a.m. in Lakeland. And then St. Petersburg High School will play at 4 p.m. They defeated Naples, Barron Collier, and they'll take on Daytona Beach Mainland at 4 o'clock on Thursday. So it's a Pinellas County Schools takeover in Lakeland on Thursday. Go out and support our boys as they try to pursue the state championship. It was mentioned that we have some individual students, boys and girls, going to the state championships for wrestling. I want to congratulate our Palm Harbor University boys team and Boca Ciega High School girls teams for winning the PCAC championships. And in middle school, our middle school track season is underway. Our North, Central, and South championships are coming up next week, and the countywide championship is March 22nd. And our first ever countywide flag football season for both boys and girls starts on March 27th. So we're excited about those. Pinellas County Schools will begin our accreditation process, our re-accreditation, in the 23-24 school year. Pinellas County Schools was first accredited district-wide in 2015. Prior to that, each individual high school sought their own individual accreditation. And as a former high school principal, I can tell you that everyone rejoiced when we went district-wide and did it as a full district instead of 17 times individually. Since 2015, the district has remained in good standing with what was then Advanced Ed, is now known as Cognia. And in 2020, our accreditation was renewed for 4 years without formal review. Our formal review is coming up in 2024, and we'll be preparing those materials this year and engaging the board and the community in that reaccreditation process. Last week, we hosted the Superintendent's Roundtable. I want to thank the Pinellas Education Foundation for supporting that, and especially Pinellas Park Middle School for opening up their doors to business leaders from across our district who came and saw a couple of programs in action. Our Innovation Foundation Science Curriculum, as well as the TB12 Health and Fitness Curriculum. Student ambassadors from Pinellas Park Middle School led the community through. We had about 50 attendees. It was great, and I wanted to thank the Education Foundation and Pinellas Park Middle for showing off the best of our students. Recently, the Pinellas School Counselor Association recognized elementary, middle, and high school counselors with their Counselors of the Year designations. This year's winners, selected by their peers across the district, were for elementary from Perkins Elementary, Kimberly Stickles, for middle school from Oak Grove Middle, Caitlin Pellin, and for high school from Eastlake High School, Kaylee Bordenkircher. Congratulations on those high honors. Our early childhood education team has been out in the community working to enroll students in pre-K for next year. It's not too late for families to enroll. They were recently at the Tampa Bay Collard Green Festival on February 18th with our community organization Thrive by 5 to help enroll more families in VPK. The festival took place near the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum and was held in cooperation with the Jordan Park community. I want to thank our team for being out there and continuing to have folks enroll in VPK for next year. And as I mentioned, you can enroll on our website. We conclude Black History Month today, the last day of February, and it's been my pleasure to visit our schools across the district this month and see great activities in action in our schools. I want to thank the Clearwater Library System and the City of Clearwater for a great event last Friday night that they invited me to serve as the keynote speaker on the experiences of segregation and desegregation and integration of schools in Pinellas County. and in particular was highlighted Pinellas High School in Clearwater, which closed in 1968 with integration. It was a great time to see the members of Pinellas High School graduating classes, and one of the speakers was retired Pinellas County Schools Administrator Ed Baldwin, who shared his story on integration. We've had lots, it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Spencer, 5 all-county music performances. I've seen the board at almost all of them, and I want to celebrate the arts this month and look forward to the last couple of performing arts all-county events, including guitar and jazz coming up in the next couple of weeks. It is Celebrate the Arts Month, and I want to thank the Arts for Complete Education who are here tonight. I know you're hosting a breakfast for our principals coming up in a week. We look forward to that as well. All of those performances, by the way, are live streamed on our website and available for parents, grandparents, and others to see afterwards. But judging at the audiences, a lot of them saw it in person. Coming up on March 2nd, this Thursday, is Read Across America Day. We've been doing that for many, many years, and I know board members participate in that as well. I remember several years ago showing up at Sandy Lane to read and saw one of our board members in full Dr. Seuss outfit with her children, Mrs. Kane, so I'm looking forward to seeing you out and about here on Thursday. Coming up this Saturday is a free FAFSA event, the free application for federal student aid, which is required to get any kind of college scholarship. Our students this year with our College and Career Centers are already ahead, have already filled out more FAFSA forms than all of last year. So we're proud of our students, but we have a long way to go in those efforts. And so we're hosting 2 events this weekend at our College and Career Centers, open to anyone, any senior in our district, at Clearwater High School and at Gibbs High School. And I wanted to mention that it's also college acceptance season. The University of Florida rolled out their acceptances last week. And through these new processes and programs we have, we're able to track the number of applicants to every one of our state colleges and really any university across the nation. We've had over 1,500 students apply to USF, but on Friday, 1,289 applied to UF, and we're looking for those applications. And so we're proud of our seniors and look forward to that. 2 other events to look forward to. One is the Pinellas County School Spirit Night with the Tampa Bay Rays. We thank them for hosting Pinellas County Schools and honoring educators. You'll see Dr. Adam Zale there being honored as the Pinellas County Schools Teacher of the Year. It happens to be on Saturday, April 1st, which is just the 2nd game of the season. So get your tickets now as it will likely sell out. And one that everyone is looking forward to, spring break, coming up March 13th through the 17th. Yes, lots of hands in the audience. Finally, I want to, as I always do, acknowledge a superintendent standout nominated for exhibiting one of our core values by their coworkers across the district. And this meeting's acknowledgement is Jennifer Cosillo, a 5th grade teacher at Curlew Creek Elementary School, who has worked at Curlew Creek for 8 years. And her colleague says, Jen always goes above and beyond in her work, but I recently had the opportunity to collaborate with her as she created a STEM challenge to better engage her students in math and science, and was blown away by her creativity, skill, and excitement for teaching. Rather than settle for good enough in a review of a lesson, she instead created a highly engaging collaborative activity that blended solar system content with rigorous fraction math word problems. Even though it took extra time and planning, she designed and executed a lesson that was meaningful, effective, and enjoyable for all of her students. Thank you for all you do, and keep up the great work to both Jennifer and all of our teachers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have any items to be introduced by the school board attorney, Mr. Kapersky?
You do not have any items to be introduced by the school board attorney. Thank you.
Any items introduced by the board? Ms. Cook?
Yes, earlier we had a couple of proclamations as well as our report from the Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee. And rather than making comments after each one of them, because they were all kind of wrapped up together, I wanted to take this moment to thank the community for supporting the referendum and making it possible for us to have such outstanding art and music programs. You heard things that they were saying about all of the recognitions that we have. I would put our arts and music programs up against any other in the nation. And we've had for years, and actually Sue Castleman is here today, and she's been one of them that has been recognized nationally, as well as Jean Reynolds being recognized nationally for the programs and for the things that they have done. It's continuing. They trained people well to step in and take their place. And I just really want to congratulate the teachers that are working with these students and creating such phenomenal artwork. You can see it throughout the building, on every floor, in every office. And And again, thank the community for supporting it. We could not do all of this without your help and without your support. So thank you very much. I also attended, and I represent the board on the Hispanic Achievement Committee. Rather than going into a whole lot of detail about what it is, I'm going to send you the PowerPoints that were there. Phenomenal things are being done for the Hispanic community, and we're seeing more and more young children going into pre-K and, and getting a good start, which is something that this committee focused on. But the work that has been done, not only with our staff, but with community members and members of University of Central Florida, St. Pete College, and the University of South Florida. They've all been working together to help us move forward. The transition from various schools is working very well. So I'll send those PowerPoints for you, so when you see this thing arrive from me, that's what it'll be in reference to. So rather than taking any more time, I'll do that later.
Thank you. Mrs. Long?
Thank you, Mrs. Kane. As the board members know, I had a total knee replacement 6 weeks ago. The healing process is slower than I thought. I have developed a serious infection. This is my first time out of the house, except for doctors and being in the hospital again. The doctor gave me permission to come tonight for about 2 hours. So after this meeting is adjourned, before public comment, I'm going home. I have to. But I promise you, after I do my treatment at home, I will sit up the rest of the night if I have to and watch public comments. I thank you all, and I'm sorry that this is how it works for me. Thank you.
Ms. Peters?
We wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you.
And it's nice to see you back.
Thank you.
I actually I've had the opportunity to attend, I've been invited to attend and tour several schools within our district by teachers and principals and staff, and it's been really amazing. That's probably one of the most fun parts of the job. Last week I was invited to speak at the Hollins High School Young Civics Club. And this is a club that is a student-led club, and they, a couple weeks in a row, have invited different politicians from the area to come speak at their club. So I was very impressed. It was a packed house. It was they had to, it was during their 7th period, so they had to actually, they had to have a ticket, and they had to, they gave out tickets. It was a packed room. It was sold out. And I was very, very inspired by the level of engagement. The first kid raises his hand, asks the questions, and then it just, goes crazy in the room. And so it was very inspiring, the diversity of the questions, the willingness to participate in front of their peers and teachers that were in the room. And, it gives me, it just inspires me to know that these students are willing to put themselves forward, ask questions, be engaged in their community efforts. And they were very intelligent questions. So I was very impressed. So I'm very inspired by the young people going through our district especially. I did want to make just one little note. We, the district here, we have received a lot of emails, phone calls, and messages regarding the bus stops. And so what I want to say to that is we do hear you. We do hear you. Our transportation department is working very hard on exploring so many different options. I encourage you to actually listen to our workshop from February 21st, where we had a very extensive discussion with our transportation department, and they just brought forth a lot of amazing alternatives and ideas and innovative. And so
We have solutions coming. I just want to let everybody know that we are here. We do hear you. We understand your frustration, both our staff that are our bus drivers and our parents and our students. So, and then the teachers, of course, who I know are missing students in their first periods because of the shortage. So, but we are working on it. Again, I encourage you to listen to that workshop so you can hear that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hine?
Good evening, everyone. I first wanted to start off by apologizing for being a little bit late at the beginning of the meeting. I had the joy of helping to chaperone our third graders' field trip to Kennedy Space Center this morning. It was amazing, and I want to say thank you to Mrs. Liskanek, the teacher who planned and mobilized and organized that, and all of the parents who volunteered to chaperone to make one of these great student experiences come to life. Field trips matter, and people need help putting them together, so ask your teachers how you can help. PTA. In our workshop this week, we had the opportunity, or last week, we had the opportunity to review a policy around PTA, and it just reminded me that this is the time of the year when there's lots of spaghetti dinners, and there's also calls for nominations for board positions in your school's PTAs. And I just want to encourage you to raise your hand and volunteer for that. It is incredible work, and not just in elementary school when our kids are super cute and little, but also in middle school and high school. They and their teachers need us even more. So Marcy, yes, I will volunteer for next year. So let me know how I can help. So thank you for everyone who gives so much passion through our PTAs. They make a difference. Midtown Academy, I wanted to say congratulations and thank you to Principal Victor and Assistant Principal Maker from Midtown Academy. Your Black History Month celebration was educational and inspiring. It brought tears to my eyes watching the kids sing the song Lift Every Voice and remembering my own children sing it. It's just beautiful. So thank you for uniting your school community through history and beauty in the way that you did. National History Day, thank you to Michelle Anderson and all of the teachers and students and community volunteers who made that student experience also come to life. My colleague, Mrs. Meyer, and I had the opportunity to participate and see firsthand in one place so many good things about our schools every day. And so, you know, I just wanted to share with you that somehow in the last week of all these different spaces that I've been in, I've been deeply inspired. It seems that everywhere I am, hundreds of people raise their hands to make this world a better place, whether it's in our schools, it's at the Little League field, it's in Scouts, it's at our church, all the places that our family engages, but certainly so many more places throughout this community. I believe that our county has an incredible spirit of service and community, and I found myself looking around, particularly at the ball field with these hundreds of families, all volunteer, run Little League, and just wondering why. Why do we do this? Why do we raise our hands and why do we support each other? And, you know, I think it's an insatiable desire for our children and neighbors to thrive and to leave the world, when we do leave, better than we found it. And with that, I just want to tell you and our whole community, thank you for all that you do every day to make our community a better place. And I want to affirm my commitment to you to do everything that I can to support strong, leading-edge, stable public schools that I can be proud of, not only for my children, but for all of our children throughout Pinellas County. And please be in touch anytime. Thank you.
Mrs. Edmond.
Thank you to everyone that is here today, investing your time in understanding and learning how the board operates. It really takes a lot for you to go to work or come here and speak with us. I would also like to thank the people who are watching online or who have emailed the board. I read the emails and I value your feedback and input. Your voices do matter. And today is the end of Black History Month, but we need to continue to celebrate and honor Black history year-round. And I'd like to share a quote by Maya Angelou. The more you know of your history, the more liberated you are. So thank you again for being here.
Seeing no further comment, thank you to everyone. Ms. Woodford, would you please review any board requests?
Madam Chair, I did not note any board requests today.
I didn't. Me neither. Thank you. Is there any further business for this meeting? Seeing none, We will perform our board meeting evaluation, or before we perform our board meeting evaluation, we will adjourn the meeting and move to public participation. And so with that, I adjourn this meeting. We will now move to public comment on general business of the district. Please note that the views and comments of the public speakers are their own and not endorsed nor sponsored by the school board or district. We cannot ensure the accuracy of statements made, but will review concerns that are raised and take appropriate action, which may include clarifications or the referral of speakers to the proper staff for assistance. Additionally, please note that although board members or the Superintendent Hendrick may leave the dais briefly, there are speakers in our back room, and we will continue to be able to hear your comments throughout the meeting. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in conducting our meetings, and this includes refraining from clapping or making audible noises during or after a speaker's comments, out of respect for their time, your time, and those in the room. We appreciate you assisting us and maintaining a civil and constructive environment. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May we take 5?
We'd like to take a...
Stand up and be able to go to the restroom and things before we start.
Absolutely. We can take a 5-minute recess and come back for public comment. So 5 minutes, everyone, if you need to take a minute to stretch and stand up for a moment.
Thank you. As we go, Stephanie.
And we're back. We are going to go ahead and begin our public comment portion. Mrs. Howe, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Hendrick, we currently have 56 speakers for public comment. I will call two at a time. The first two are Renee Chia and Michael Bagby.
As I have said before, and I will say it again, the woke policy positions always begin with a false premise. In this case, banned books. Kids are using this term because our public schools have failed to teach them actual history. Radicals using this term want to invoke an image of government bannings and book burnings, where if you are found with a copy of said book, you go to jail. Or the government comes to your house, goes through your bookshelves, and removes books they don't want you to have and burns them in the street, usually followed by beating and or killing you and your family. Is that what's happening here? Is it? Now that we all agree that is utterly ridiculous, let's begin a rational conversation, shall we? The conversation here is really about what is appropriate for children to be assigned in public school. When I was in college, our anthropology department head once told our class, if you want to call yourself an educated person, there are 3 books you better have read: the Bible, the Quran, and The Origin of the Species. His reasoning was there are no other 3 books in the history of humankind that have had equal impact or equal distribution throughout the world. How would all of you here today, railing and gnashing your teeth, feel if the New Testament was assigned reading in public school? As history has shown us, you would lose your minds at a level that exceeds even today. That's interesting, isn't it? The Bible, one of the top 3 most read books of all time, cannot be taught in public school, but you feel the righteous responsibility to defend violent incest rape content as appropriate for public school children. This movement is a cult. Ideology from a cult is not appropriate reading for public school. I keep hearing people comparing pornography, incest, rape, and sexual fetish books with classic literature. What's wrong with you? Seriously. I hear people saying this specific rape book is so important because it teaches your child about life and reality, and you argue that it's culturally important and relevant. Teaching your child about the nastiest, most shameful, and violent part of human nature is not culture. It is a vile reality we all must face at some point. However, over 18 in college, not in public high school, is that point, as our criminal laws have well established. I thank both the district and the board for abiding by our laws. As a cultural anthropologist and literature college graduate, I can assure you there are thousands of titles out there that can give your child the experience that you claim to be supporting without the rape and incest. You don't want the Bible taught, I don't want your cult fetishes taught. Since we are talking about public school, don't you agree it would be sound policy to find one of the thousands of books that we can both agree on to be the assigned reading? I think we can.
Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Hendrick and others, greetings and thank you for having me be able to speak here. My name is Michael Bagby. I'm in my 40th year of teaching and 17th year at Ridgecrest Elementary in the gifted program, and very proud representative of the school for PCTA, our wonderful organization that protects us and fights for us. I also like to say that I'm a proud woke member of the Progressive Democratic Party, and I want to say a few words about that. If women fought for rights, why did they get the rights? We woke up. If Native Americans got the rights that they fought for, it's because our society woke up. Immigrants, gays, child labor laws, the disabled, all because the society woke up to the problems of the past. And the problems of the past need to be looked at square in the face. And I am speaking from an elementary school perspective. I have spent my entire career in the elementary school, in public schools. Even ecology. Why do we have ecology laws right now? Because we woke up to the fact that we needed those laws to protect our environment. If you would have told me that libraries would be covered A couple of years ago in different districts in the state, I would have laughed at you. What? No, that would never happen. Well, it's happening. Pinellas, by the way, and you represent Pinellas County, is not a red county. It is not a blue county. It is a solidly purple county that went for Biden in 2020. So you need to remember that you're representing people that are diverse, a diverse population that really believes in the rights of people and people knowing about the history of our country. If we give in to this idea that we can't teach about the past, if we give in to this idea that we have to protect people's feelings, I mean, I don't feel guilty for women's rights because I'm a man, but I'm sure glad I learned about the fight. I'm sure glad that I read Richard Wright as a child and learned what it meant to be a black boy. It didn't make me uncomfortable. It opened me up to reality. Diversity creates opportunity, and diversity drives our evolution, both in the culture and in our species. We have to continue being diverse. I was prouder of my country when I learned about the actual history because we changed. If I had never known that history, I wouldn't know anything. We need to know our history, and we need to know what made us who we are today. But right now, frankly, I'm afraid to teach for the first time in my career, afraid to talk about certain things.
The next two speakers are Jennifer Bond and Kevin Bond.
Tell me what to do even when we're not together.
Can I start? St. Petersburg High School failed to protect my son. The school often speaks about the importance of mental health, including depression, anxiety, and suicide. When provided with credible evidence of inappropriate behavior by Coach Robert Woodard towards my son, they failed. St. Petersburg High School failed miserably in protecting an outstanding student athlete, and this is not the first time they have failed to protect a student athlete. It appears the school uses kids like my son as props when it suits them, but when my son needed help, they dismissed him. My name's Jennifer Bond. I currently have two sons, Castle and Kingsley Bond, attending the St. Petersburg High School IB program and playing for the varsity soccer team. St. Pete High trusted Castle to be their representative regarding students' rights and responsibilities. Presumably, he was selected because of his honesty, integrity, and academic performance. However, when he came to them about being bullied and abused, it was his word against everyone else's, and nothing was done, and the coach and the teammate involved were not punished. Our family met with Ms. Lebo and Mr. Otto to discuss Coach Robert Woodard's inappropriate behavior. We provided detailed accusations and also referenced the numerous violations of the Pinellas County athletics policy in our written communication. Just a few examples of Mr. Woodard's behavior include the coach in one-on-one meetings calling my son a little bitch, a pussy, simple-minded, not good enough, liability to the team, and too reasonable and rational, among many others. Many of the above statements were in response to Castle bringing to Coach Woodard's attention a physical assault against him by a teammate. An investigation was apparently conducted by Mr. Otto, and certain students were questioned during the soccer season. Well, Coach Woodard uses playtime as a weapon, so do you honestly think these athletes were going to speak the truth during that time? My husband, who's an attorney, will speak in detail regarding the incredible lack of meaningful investigation, inappropriate investigation protocol, and the lack of any response by administration when informed in writing my son was experiencing significant mental health issues while the investigation was ongoing. I'm here today to ensure my son's courage in bringing these claims and issues up means something. I want student athletes to be better protected in the future from bullying, abuse, and reprisal. See Something, Say Something protects student bullying, but what kind of protection is there for athletes when they're bullied by their coach? I am confident you would be implementing a better system to protect student athletes if this happened to your child. Coaches are supposed to be role models and advocates for the athletes, not abusers and bullies. This time the result wasn't catastrophic, but what happens when what happens when this happens and a bully goes too far? The student takes their own life.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond, if you don't mind me to advise the board on one thing before you begin, and that is traditionally our public speaking policy does not allow the public to speak about ongoing investigations of employees, and that is because the board may need to sit as a neutral judge in determining whether that employee may be disciplined, either terminated or suspended without pay. But we have confirmed prior to these speakers coming up here that this matter has been investigated and there is no ongoing investigation. I just wanted to clarify that to the board and to the public. Thank you.
Hence why we waited. My name's Kevin Bond, as my wife just indicated, the father to Castle and Kingsley, and also had a daughter graduate from St. Pete last year from the IB program. I'm not going to get into the allegations my wife did. I'm going to talk more about the investigation and the issues I have with the administration and also OPS. And just touch on a few of the points. I've also handed out packages to all of the members that you can look at in more detail that go in chronological order. The first deals with the allegations, and many of the instances of verbal abuse between the coach and my son happened on a one-on-one meeting. The administration's response to that was they couldn't corroborate one-on-one meetings. When I asked them, should my sons have expected to be abused and brought a recorder into the meetings, they said no. When I offered at my own cost for my sons to take a lie detector test to prove the veracity of their allegations, they didn't want any part of that with no explanation. When I asked if a student had ever been disciplined based on abusing a teacher in a one-on-one scenario, yes or no, no one answered that question. It's a simple question, yes or no. They couldn't answer it. Their silence meant they answered it. Less than 24 hours after a fellow parent sent the administration allegations which in part corroborated several of my son's allegations, I received an email from the administration saying they concluded ours. When asked how could that be given this new information, they said, and I quote, those allegations, quote, emanate from my son's allegations. I think the principal misunderstands the definition of the word emanate versus corroborate. At first, they couldn't corroborate it. When there was corroboration, then it emanated. This wordplay doesn't work. I'm a lawyer. I know how wordplay works, right? My wife touched on mental health. We explicitly told administration my son was suffering from panic attacks at school because of the abuse. What was their response? Silence. Did they offer mental health counseling? No. Did they offer guidance counseling support? No. All of this is in writing in the packages I provided. Lastly, the administrator who is responsible to investigate my son's allegations recommended in 3 separate instances restorative counseling during the investigation, recommended that my son sit with Coach Woodard during an investigation to mediate the dispute. Every single time I asked them, how could that be appropriate, I was met with silence. Only after the investigation closed did the principal tell me, Pinellas County recommends restorative counseling. During an investigation, if my daughter accused a teacher of rape, would they recommend restorative counseling during the investigation? Hell no, they wouldn't. Fortunately for my sons and family, I got the time, resources, and professional expertise to not let this go. Tonight is not the end.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers are Brant Robinson.
We ask that you please not make audible response out of respect for our speakers and fellow speakers in the room. Thank you so much for respecting others.
Brant Robinson will be followed by Elizabeth Adringa.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Hendrick, and staff. My name is Brant Robinson, and as you know, I'm a proud teacher at Dunedin High School. This is my 26th year teaching social studies in our district. And as always, I am so humble and so grateful to be here tonight. I know I speak for Superintendent Hendrick, a world-class teacher, and every teacher in the room when I say there are certain mantras, certain phrases, certain expressions that we use throughout the year. And one of the ones I use often in my classroom is, you don't know what you don't know. I say that to my students in the first week, and I ask them, raise your hand if you're pretty sure there are things that you just don't know. And they all raise their hand. And then I ask them, raise your hand if you're pretty sure there are certain things that you're comfortable just knowing that you don't know, and they all raise their hand. And I ask them, raise your hand if you're pretty sure that there might be something you learned this year that might make you rethink something else you thought you knew, and they raise their hand. And I ask this of you guys because about 2 years ago, I addressed this board, and I always do so with respect. I came to inform, to educate, to possibly enlighten about an issue that was taking hold across the country called critical race theory. And I want you all to sit with this for a second. Do you know what it really means? Only you know the answer to that question, if you're a person of integrity, because critical race theory has now been bundled. It has been conflated with equity and restorative practice. And it's all been bundled around something called woke. And I want you to understand how harmful and how dangerous this is, because we don't indoctrinate our students. And again, I'm here on a school night. I'm going to do a teacher training tomorrow after school. I'm surrounded by people with integrity and with exhaustion and hunger. And I'm here because what I want you to understand is that we are not indoctrinating our students. We're not grooming our students. We're not teaching them to hate America. We're here because we care deeply about our students. We want to build relationships with our students so they understand that they're going to become future citizens. They're going to become the vanguard of our democracy, regardless of their ideology and their political party. If, like me, you believe that public schools are the foundation of our democracy, I think we all owe it to each other to acknowledge what we don't know. Critical race theory is not being taught in any public school in the United States. It never has been. Critical race theory is simply a framework that was developed in the early 1970s by a small group of legal scholars to examine the impact of systemic racism. Critical race theory is nothing to be feared. And if I were actually having this conversation with my students in my classroom, they would prove that to you each and every day. Students can handle learning real history. And as always, I want to invite anyone here in the public to please come sit in my classroom. I know I speak for all teachers here. You're always welcome. And members of the board, I hope you'll do the same as well. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you in advance for hearing my concerns about the St. Pete soccer team and the culture that has been fostered by Coach Woodard. My husband and I have been unhappy for a while, and lately there have been too many issues to ignore. I have 4 points that I'd like to address today. The first one is aggression. Coach Woodard likes aggressive players. My husband witnessed the coach giving a motivational speech to students, encouraging them to barrel through the other team, even if it's not to get the ball or if it draws a penalty. When students get rowdy, he turns a blind eye. During tryouts this year, my son witnessed one student grab another student by the collar and throw him to the ground. The student who was the aggressor was not only made the team, but he was appointed co-captain of the team and was on the starting line for every game. My second point is discrimination and bullying behavior. Coach Woodard actively condemns what he considers to be weakness. He told my son that he doesn't like IB students because they think too much for their own good and they aren't aggressive enough. My son has heard Coach Woodard call the students pussies and faggots on countless occasions. Coach does not stop the other students from calling one another names. On the contrary, he laughs. There was one occasion this year when a student yelled at the referee during a game that was some pussy shit. It was loud enough for the audience in the stands to hear, but Coach Woodard said nothing.
Madam, I'm sorry, we're going to pause your time you're at 1:30. I just want to warn you and the rest of the speakers that the school board policy on public speaking prohibits obscenity and profanity from the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. It should also be prohibited in the schools. There is no speech about the importance of sportsmanship or the not using offensive language. He was silent. And this was after the investigation took place and after the school said that it was fixed. My third point is on reprisal. My son was interviewed as part of the school investigation. They asked him if he was afraid of reprisal and retaliation, and he said no. When I asked him if he was afraid that the coach would hold it against him or limit his playing time, he said, and I quote, "Yes, of course, he would never let me play again." It's easy for a person to talk themselves out of being a victim, and I am extremely disappointed for the school for not asking better questions. The fact that they didn't phrase the questions to be appropriate for children indicates that they were not looking for the truth. My last point is about shutting out parental oversight. I created a parent account on Remind and joined the team using a parent code. Coach Woodard told my son that if he wanted to stay on the soccer team, he needed to get his mom off the Remind channel. Negative culture is fostered in the shadows, and parental oversight should not be shut out. In closing, it's the responsibility of the administration and the school board to ensure that faculty acts appropriately and our children are protected. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Sarah Wood and Jason Saxon.
My name is Sarah Wood. My son Carson graduated from St. Pete High in 2022. He now attends the University of Florida. Carson played basketball from the age of 9. He dreamed of playing ball in college, and he took his dream serious. Typically the first one to practice and the last one to leave, others would tell you that he wasn't just a hard worker, but he celebrated others' hard work. Aside from basketball, he was a standout kid and student. While in high school, he spent 4 years working with autistic teens, coaching their basketball team. He became much more than an assistant coach. He was their friend and mentor. In school, he was a voting member of SAC and sat here with you on the Student Rights and Responsibility Committee. I begin with this because it speaks to his character and his willingness to give back in whatever he does, and I tell you this because I want you to understand that this young man had pure evil done to him at St. Pete High. Before the season, I laid out my concerns about the boys' basketball program to the principal. This would include theft, recruiting, retaliation, felons on his board, treatment of players, the coach arriving 45 minutes late to every practice, the list goes on. At the time of the meeting, I was the team mom. My son had started every game his junior year, and he was now captain. Following my conversation with Lebo, I would step down. After stepping down, my family and my son would endure a basketball season of retaliation via the coach. 3 days before senior night, Carson was removed from the team. Take your school board hat off. My son played basketball for 9 years. He skipped social events, woke up many early mornings to shoot. He destroyed his body with breaks, fractures, strains because he loved it. And yet here we were, 3 days before senior night, in a gym that felt like home, and he would never play his last game. Do you have any idea what that does to a kid? Before being removed from the team, Bay News 9 was shut out from coming to do a story on him, even as we watched a story being aired on another player. The coach would tell the team that Carson had quit, which was untrue. He would block his access to his stats and take away all of his highlights. He would also block our family from school social media sites, attempt to remove Carson from the basketball yearbook pages, and give his uniform to a JV player, which now hangs in the gym as a regional championship, even though Carson played all but one regular season game. This is pure evil. This evil is allowed at St. Pete High. It is allowed in our county. It is not investigated. There's no discipline. There's no support for the student. And in this case, the coach, he remains in play. You have parents standing before you today whose children's lives were forever changed. And this administration is at the helm. The fact that they ignored my son's treatment, so little was done that even the coaching certificate, which was expired 2 years ago, is to date still expired. That is how little they have done to investigate this coach. I hope that you hear us today, and I hope that you will do something to help.
Jason Saxon. The next two speakers are Shelley Page and Owen McCourt.
Hello, I'm Shelley Page. On February 14th, I spoke to you regarding felons playing in high school sports. As a reminder, my daughter was killed in a boat accident in October 2020, and the student driving the boat was convicted as a felon in homicide. This student returned to Osceola Fundamental High School and was allowed to try out and get on the lacrosse team and was even named captain. I requested a school board workshop conversation to amend the requirements of student athletes, specifically not allowing felons to play school sports. I also followed up with an email to the board with only one response. I would like to point out that the code of conduct has a provision under Section 6 for a violation of the code called felony charges and convictions for off-campus conduct. A felony is not only a violation of the code, but should result in a school hearing with an outcome of suspension or expulsion. Shouldn't a major violation of the school code of conduct, such as a felony, prevent a student from participating in school sports, especially at a fundamental school like Osceola Fundamental High School under the guidance of Principal Mr. Michael Bonet? Parents must sign and return to the school the code of conduct acknowledging it and its guidelines. I hope this information encourages you to reconsider discussing at your next workshop and begin implementing a plan to eliminate allowing felons to play in school sports. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Owen McCourt, and I'm a sophomore at Hollins High. I've been in public school for my entire life, and I feel that my experience has been a pretty solid one. I fully expect to be ready for college when the time comes. Public schools have provided me some great accommodations and services. For example, through the use of school funding, I'm able to use Adobe products for free, which is so helpful. I'm learning a lot in my AP photography class and my film class because of this. I'm also taking ACE and dual enrollment courses, and because of my ADHD, I'm given extra time on my tests, all things I'm not guaranteed at a private school. Almost all of the teachers I've ever had were exceptional in their field and dedicated to the education of their students. However, since the start of the COVID-19 crisis, I've seen more and more of my teachers vanish, 2 mid-semester this year, due to low pay, being overworked, and some other weird laws that have been passed in Florida. The addition of the new bill HB1 proposed by the Florida legislature is trying to defund public schools. If this bill is passed, it will allow all students to apply for a private school voucher, effectively taking money out of public schools to pay for their tuition to private schools. The voucher system is supposed to be addressing problems such as bullying and denied access to special needs services, but defunding schools is not the way to achieve this. I've been lucky enough to have a good public education for most of my life, but the foundation of the public schools in Florida is steadily being eroded. I'm concerned for my sister, who is 5 years younger than me and has dyslexia. The schools I attend all had excellent teachers in administration. Right now at Hollins High School, I'm in the Cambridge program as well as the Academy of Entertainment Arts program. The education that I'm receiving is really good, but as programs and services are being taken away and more teachers and bus drivers are quitting, the solution to problems that we're having with the public school system is to fund them more. Plus, when we offer a private school voucher to a student, that's banking on the assumption that the private school has a much better administration and better teachers. And from my perspective, I don't think that's something we can count on. I want to thank you for letting me speak today and appeal to you for my little sister who is counting on all of you. Please go to Tallahassee and lobby against HB1 for our public schools. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Van McCourt Ostrand and Mark Clutho.
Hi, my name is Van McCourt Ostrand. That was my kid. I'm here to advocate for members of the school board to lobby against the HB1 school choice voucher bill. As a parent who has had 1 kid succeed in Pinellas County Schools and 1 kid not quite fail, but definitely struggle, I wanted to tell you my family's school choice voucher story. I'm a big proponent for public schools. While I don't think there's a perfect school experience, my oldest has definitely received a solid education. He has had his struggles, but he received a 504 for ADHD, and once his accommodations were in place, he was able to work to his potential. My youngest was that sweet baby who never cried. And when she got to school, she was a free-spirited preschooler and kindergartner, always ready with a smile. I thought for sure she would be my laid-back, easy kid. It turns out there's no such thing. However, as her brother really started to find his flow in school, my daughter really lost hers. It took us a while to figure out what was going on, but once we knew it was dyslexia, I put on my mama bear suit and tried to advocate for her. If this sounds familiar, it's because I've been at this podium before. What I didn't mention the last time was that when it didn't seem like things could get better at her public elementary, we felt it would be irresponsible of us as parents to not try to look at the private options, something we never thought we would consider, partly because we really believe in the power of public education as one of the pillars needed to hold up a democracy, and partly because it's not in our budget. So we applied for the voucher. It's an online application process. We had to prove that our daughter had a diagnosis that would qualify her, and then we just had to wait. In the meantime, we found 2 schools who said that they were exactly what we were looking for. Both schools, by the way, would only have been about 1/3 paid for by the voucher. The other 2/3 was on us. Still not really affordable, but we kept chugging along, hoping we would figure it out. What hadn't actually occurred to me was that these schools could just turn us down. One school said that they had enough incoming 5th graders already, and the other school said that they didn't feel like she had enjoyed her shadow day and maybe didn't want to go to that school after all. Then we qualified for the voucher and had nowhere to use it. So what good was that? These vouchers are not necessarily the fix that we might think they are. They certainly weren't for us. My hope in sharing my story with you today is that one or more of you will find your way to Tallahassee before it's too late, to tell the legislators that what we really need is actual support for our public schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Mark Clutho, Largo. Long said, educator. Educator, that's a vowel. It's an educator. And you're supposed to be leading a school system. And the chair says, and we're back. No, you're just back. You don't put the and there. This is bad, really bad. When you don't even know how to use the language, how can you run a school system? Do you get what I'm saying? Bunch of idiots. Oh, this is pathetic. Really pathetic. Here's the headline. Climate crisis gets worse by the day. CO2 level highest in human history. Study, climate change is worse than we thought. And the climate future is now. And as I said earlier, we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. Winston Churchill, Time Magazine, September 12, 1960. You don't embrace the science of high performance passive solar building. You put clear story windows in buildings the wrong way. You don't orient the buildings the right way. So the planet burns. The future is dim. More than 2 decades I've been bringing this science. And I'm afraid things are only going to get worse. You know, like I say, that Clearwater building up there at Clearwater High School. I mean, today, that should be an example of the best.
Thank you. The next 2 speakers are Andrea Panarelli and Megan Summers.
Okay. I apologize. It's been a long day. I have been doing things from the district since about 9:30 this morning. I am a school social worker at one of our schools, so I thank you for using your time to allow us to speak. I would firstly like to thank all of our teachers, our student services staff, our support staff for their continued efforts to support not only our students, but our families each day. I would like to thank our PCTA/PESPA for advocating for the needs of our employees in the district. The school district's vision is 100% student success, meaning that each child who attends Pinellas County Schools is supported so they can be successful in college, career, and life. I want to bring to light some current situations that are taking place in our district. Right now, currently, we have 4,000 students who are currently homeless in our district. Some stay with family, some stay with friends, and some, unfortunately, are living out of their vehicles. We have students who are arriving to our campus roughly an hour or more late to school due to the shortage of available bus drivers to get them there. Yesterday, some of my students arrived in second period. They should be arriving between 9:25 and 9:35 every morning. So far this year, in our See Something, Say Something application, we have received roughly 1,446 tips regarding students who are in a mental health crisis. This is in addition to our countless work that our school social workers and school guidance counselors do to support our students and families every single day in regards to mental health and getting those resources for them. All of these concerns are only a brief overview of what students and families and staff are experiencing each day. I, as a school social worker, probably could find more instances needed to be cited, but frankly, that would be a whole entire meeting in itself. So I finished my time with this. If we want to bring our students to 100% success, as then we are as a community need to be recentering our focus on these students. Does my actions, my words, my ideas support the district's student support of 100% of students being supported? Success for students is not defined of our own success, our own agendas, or the agendas of others. So I call upon all of us to examine this question and reflect deeply prior to action on it, because our students' future, the students that we are to serve, are the ones that are most important. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Panarelli, and I am a founding teacher at Eastlake High School. I'm also a registered Republican, a member of the PCTA, a former fire commissioner for the Eastlake Fire District, and I currently serve on the advisory board for the Eastlake Community Library. My purpose here tonight is to request that the superintendent and the school board hold students who film fights involving teachers and students accountable for violating school board policy. For the past 35 years, I have devoted my life and career to helping Eastlake students expand their knowledge and to strive to better themselves. I've been proud of my students past and present. I have been so honored to be a soaring eagle that I cannot put into words how I really feel for my home away from home. But today I am ashamed. Today, I am broken. Today, I am disgusted by the Eastlake students who blatantly stood by for almost 3 minutes, videotaping and watching while my friend and colleague was savagely beaten by a 9th grade boy. A boy whose violent tendencies who had violent tendencies prior to darkening the hallowed halls of my school. Never at Eastlake has this happened before, and it should never be allowed to happen again. As elected board members, it is your duty to serve the parents, students, faculties, and staffs of Pinellas County Schools, and you are failing to do so. All of you have the power to hold parents and students answerable, the power to do it, but not the metal. And for that, you should be ashamed. It is no wonder why our state legislators are promoting privatized education. Private corporations have no trepidation when dealing with litigious parents and their predatory students. While on the other hand, public school boards and officials seem to cower and cave to their often frivolous and petty demands. As was his duty to protect his students around him, my friend and colleague detained that boy and did so by never raising a hand against him. As a matter of fact, he even apologized for possibly hurting him. So I beg you, stand up for your teachers, stand up for your support staff, stand up for the good and decent parents and students of Pinellas County. Stand up and do your jobs. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Beth Weinstein and Catherine Hubbard.
Thank you so much. Members of the board, thank you for your time today. I wanted to speak to you about funding in our schools. While we have people who are trying to engage in fear-mongering for political clout, taking incidents while disturbing and material that might be considered upsetting to some, they want you to believe that there is a rampant crisis in our schools and propose criminalizing children instead of providing them with the resources that they need to prevent school violence such like we've heard of. We can prevent school violence. We need to acknowledge that some of the inappropriate behavior we see from people who stand up here spouting misinformation, insulting teachers, and openly calling for their dismissal and yelling at school boards is spilling into our classrooms. Children mimic what they see at home, and as adults, we all need to do better. Education is the backbone of any society, and public schools are supposed to provide every child with an equal opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed in life. However, we have seen a disturbing trend in our schools. More resources are being allocated towards hiring officers and arresting children instead of investing in education. It perpetuates a school-to-prison pipeline that disproportionately affects children of color and children from low-income families in our districts. Instead of providing these children with the resources and support that they need to thrive, we are criminalizing their behavior and pushing them out of school. And this can have lifelong consequences for all of us, as a criminal record can make it harder for them to find employment and contribute to society. Investing in officers and law enforcement personnel is an expensive proposition that diverts resources away from education. Hiring officers, training them, and providing them with equipment and support is a costly endeavor. Instead, these funds could be used to improve the quality of education in our public schools. This includes hiring more teachers and counselors, providing them with better training, and equipping classrooms with the latest resources and technologies. Studies have shown that schools that have officers make children more afraid and create a hostile environment. We need to rethink our approach to public education. We need to allocate more resources to improving the quality of education in our public schools. We need to ensure that every child, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or economic background, has access to a high-quality education that prepares them for success in life. Let us work together to create a brighter future for our children, one where they can thrive and achieve their full potential. Thank you.
Palm Harbor IB student in the AP Literature class from which the bluest eye was removed from the course of study, and a graduate of Dunedin Elementary, Middle, and High Schools. I am here today to ask you to reconsider your decision on the bluest eye. I think I'm not wrong when I say this decision was most likely made in haste and in an environment of fear, and that is understandable. It is scary when teachers and principals are threatened with felonies for doing their jobs, when lawsuits are part of the equation, when careers could be in jeopardy. I do not envy the position you are in, and I know that you are seeking to protect the educators and students who you serve, and that you are seeking to comply with the law, regardless of how confusing or politically motivated it may be. The complexity of the circumstances here cannot be overstated. In the face of this, I ask you to do what's in the best educational interests of the students in this particular situation, in this IB classroom being guided by this exceptional teacher. The case the students made last meeting was a strong one. I think few who heard it could disagree with that. It will be remembered as a testament to the undeniable success of the IB program at Palm Harbor. Given the case that stands now, let the Bluest Eye be evaluated with all the other books in the new process you will implement to comply with the law. Let this teacher follow through on his lesson plans for the year. The student whose mother complained, who I understand was 15 and homeschooled for most of his life, can opt to read the alternative book, which is what should have happened anyway, in my opinion. You are already on record for taking the new law seriously. You can reevaluate, given new information that has come to light, and act in the best interests of the students first. Then take it step by step to address the related issues as they arise. It's not too late to make this right. What lesson do you want the students to take away about what strong leadership looks like in the face of fear?
The next two speakers are Nancy Velarde and Saravanan Govardhanan.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. A few weeks ago, I shared with you PCTA PESPA's vision, which was employee-created, and outlines an aspirational view of what Pinellas County Schools should look like. I have received some very positive feedback from you on the goals that we've set to work toward, and the assurance that we are indeed on the same page as the district in our vision for the future. I hope to hear more feedback on that vision. Excuse me. PCTA has worked diligently to be a valuable partner to the district, and we hope that we can continue to enhance this partnership successfully through the coming years. As you are aware, there are outside attacks specifically targeting educator unions, and we're counting on you as our partner to be supportive of us as we navigate our way through this difficult time. We have worked side by side with you through the messy entanglements of COVID. We share your core values, and we will stand with you unfailingly to assure that our students are always given the world-class education they deserve. We fully expect to see the same respect and commitment to this partnership that we have demonstrated. When you respect our voice, you respect your employees' voices. Our educators have made daily sacrifices to dedicate themselves to the nurturing of our students, providing them with the tools they need to claim their dreams and reach their personal goals. Educators understand that they can earn more in the outside world of commerce since they're highly educated and creative beings, but they have followed their hearts into this profession, and here is where they wish to remain. I myself left the corporate world and a high salary to become a teacher seeking to give my life richer meaning and spend my days doing what matters. I never regretted my decisions, except briefly, momentarily, on payday. And I never looked back. In my 25 years of teaching and all of my interactions with other educators, I found that this powerful devotion is a constant. Our educators are the last group of professionals who should be targeted and face losing their voice at the table where decisions are made. We ask that you support their right to have their opinions matter. PCTA and your many devoted educators will count on your continued support for them in their important work, for their unions who elevate their voices through a true, mutually committed partnership. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to talk to you. I'm a parent of 3 Pinellas County School-age students. Me and my wife both work, and as you can imagine, we're a pretty harried lot, trying the students here and forth. And we depend on the Department of Transportation to provide us with all our needs for transporting the kids. Recently, we moved, and we were applying for a change of address and asking us to give us new bus stops. And for one of our kids, they denied, saying it was within 2 miles. And me, being an engineer, I just went in and tried to get a feeling of how much distance there is with using Google Maps and Google Earth. The distance came up to 2.2 miles. And I looked up your record section, and it said within 2 miles to be denied, but 2.2 miles should be outside the norm. So I'm kindly requesting a re-judgment of that and asking them to reconsider. And here's my data backing that up. So I'd like to approach the board. really would be great if you can please reconsider the decision of the transportation board. My wife is a physician and she really can't go and pick up the kids in the afternoon. I'm the only guy who can do that, and I'm also work, so it's hard for me to manage 3 kids and pick them up and drop them off in the evenings. So thank you very much.
Excuse me, the next 2 speakers are Laura McCullough and Wendy Castro.
Good evening. My name is Laura McCullough. Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Hendrick, thank you for hosting this. At the beginning of this meeting, every person in this room stood and said the Pledge of Allegiance. We put our hands on our hearts. I assume that people meant that. The last phrase of the pledge is the phrase, with liberty and justice for all. If we are not having liberty and justice for all, then we need to rethink what we're doing, and please don't put your hand on your heart and say that unless, I mean, it's a very serious thing to say, I think. The policies of our current government, to me, are terrifying. For a politician to decide what books should be read is wrong on every level. For a politician to decide who gets medical treatment, as an ER nurse, I see what's going on. He's decided that people that accept Medicaid cannot be treated for their transgender treatments, and it's so unfair and it's wrong, and I think the suicide rates are going to go up. As far as the books, as an ER nurse, I know of a little girl a few years ago who came to the ER because she did not know that adults are not supposed to have sex with children until she read a book by Maya Angelou describing that. So, you know, people that are afraid of that, I mean, books open our worlds. I mean, thank God she read that. Again, if you don't want your child to read a certain book, don't have it in your house. Better yet, talk with them about why you disagree with the books. And if as a parent you are so afraid that your child will go down the wrong road for reading a certain book, you've already lost the fight. I just implore everyone to please really think about the words in the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all. And I just do not understand the policies of this administration, our governor, the things that he's doing to the people. He decides he doesn't like a certain college. He's going to change what they teach at a college. I mean, come on. I don't understand why we're all not flooding Tallahassee and having him removed from office. I just don't understand it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy Castro, or Senora Castro if you're one of my scholars, unless you're one of my students who insists on calling me Miss Casserole. Miscarriages are really hard, like really hard, but they're even harder when you can't afford your copays and you don't have sick leave. When the receptionist told me my copay was $50, I smiled at her, but I knew that was all of the money I had for the week. That week, I had 3 different copays, $50 each. I was worried about the baby I had lost, but more importantly, I was worried about surviving until payday. You see, long-term subs don't get paid time off or the same pay as contractual teachers. Despite doing everything a contractual teacher does, and sometimes more, always more, I'm left counting pennies every check. I was out of work for a week and a half and lost half my pay and dealt with the trauma of a loss. I can give you the long story of my deep poetic journey into education, but that's irrelevant. Teachers are synonymous with disposability when you fail to give them the voice and the protection against these self-serving policies. Teachers are mental health counselors, guardians, and in some cases, in some sad cases for students, they're targets. It's time we become a priority instead. Our classrooms are not your roundtable discussions. They are kids struggling to keep afloat and learn the material. There are teachers barely afford to live in the cities they helped cultivate. There are support staff who work day in and day out to ensure scholars are successful. In order to develop the importance we not only deserve, but demand, these policies must be voted out. I know it's scary to talk publicly as a teacher, especially when your livelihood depends on it. The most influential people, however, channeled that fear into change, and sometimes that's what it takes. Lastly, you are not our target audience. It's deeper than that. You don't get to invade our classrooms and claim stake over our scholars and our lessons through no sick leave, unfair pay, and unreasonable policies. Your hands are not tied. This is bigger than you will ever be. This is about a generation who will not get to enrich their minds because you're afraid to be confronted by your own prejudice and fear of the unknown. Our children are not your sheep to gather in a flock of personal interest. They are scholars of the world, and they deserve to learn from the world we are all a part of. I'd like to think I would have been a good mother. I'd like to think that the baby I lost would have grown into a home to be nurtured and loved. I'd like to think that they had the space to become. Our scholars need the space to become. And with that, as a Spanish teacher, and as we say in Spanish, sí se puede. Sorry if that offends some of the people here for apparent liberty.
The next two speakers are Bronson Odshoff and Daniel Powell.
Hi, good evening. I find it very interesting how many people over the last several meetings have come up and to speak at the meeting. And I think it's a combination of two things. I think it's the right decision to resume streaming of the public comments. And of course, there have been some controversial issues that have cropped up here. And I think the culmination of those two has created a lot of interest in the community. And I think that's a good thing. During these couple of meetings, I've heard a couple different things, and I want to talk about those. One of them is the politicization of our schools, and the other are parental rights. So when you think about the politicization of our schools, you're thinking about, are we pushing certain political party views? But I don't think it's really simple as that. What we're really looking at is differences of ideas, and really it boils down to difference in views of government. What is our view of government? You guys know this, but you're part of the government. You're a government body that is responsible for governing our schools. And what is that responsibility really? What should we be teaching in our schools? And so unfortunately, a lot of those ideas generally fall along party lines, but they're important to have. And so when we talk about what kind of history should we teach about American history, we had a couple people here talk about our democracy, but we have a constitutional republic. That should be really something that our schools focus on. We had several different ideas that were put out here, but another one that's important is, what is the role of the actual school board? Should you guys pull things and debate them and talk about them and really dive into issues so you understand what you're voting on? Or should you always agree with the administration of the school board? Those are really important. And the other thing that we need to talk about are parental rights, and what does that mean? I love teachers. I think we don't do enough for teachers, and I think we should support them more. I also know that the parent is the #1 educator of a child, and parents should retain that right to decide sensitive subjects when and if they're taught to their students. It shouldn't be something that's not the role of the public school board, and you guys are making the right choice and restricting sensitive. Thank you.
Daniel Powell. The next two speakers are Andrea Dort and Jack Wallace.
Good evening. As one person recently said, I've been up since I've been up since 6. I'm a high school teacher. My name's Andrea Dort. I know most of you. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here and staying tonight to hear what we have to say. 1933, do you know what year that was? We weren't around. But my dad, he he wasn't even born yet. He was born in 1936. 1933 is when PCTA was formed. That's amazing. 90 years. 90 years. 1960, what was it? 1968. That's the year when 30,000 teachers walked out so that we could have in our state constitution that we have bargaining rights with a bargaining unit like PCTA. And you know, we just love PESPA. That's PESPA. And we love our bus drivers union, and we love our maintenance union, and we love our cafeteria union. But the state is targeting education unions. Let's get rid of them. That's the bottom line. That's the message that Tallahassee is giving to our constituents here. So I just want to let you know, I appreciate that you work with all of the unions, that you hear us, our support staff, our cafeteria workers. This is lovely. We had a cafeteria recognition tonight. I love music. I love theater. That's my first degree was theater and education. So, but I teach reading. And tomorrow, there's an SAT I got to be prepping for because I'm giving my juniors SAT test. So I just wanted to let you know, thank you. I want you to be aware, public needs to be aware of how long our education association in the state of Florida and in this local has been here. And we need that. I don't want to have it disappear and end up with a one-page document where I don't have things that I need. I need a classroom. I need chairs, I need desks, I need supplies, and I need the support staff to help us make sure that our students, like we've all been saying, are educated to the best of our ability with an equitable education. That's also in our state constitution. Public education needs to be equitable. Think about that one. If we're giving state funds away to private schools, gotta be on top of the state constitution, guys. And I know the state constitution is being adapted and changed for the last 27 years. That's how long I've been teaching. So thank you so much. Thank you for staying here tonight. And I'm gonna go home and get some sleep so I can be ready in the morning. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Wallace, and I'm an organizer with the Tampa Bay PSL. And I'm here to speak in support of the demands of the many teachers and support staff and to reject the fascist agenda coming from Ron DeSantis and the Moms for Liberty group. The school board is supposed to represent the will of the people, and the people want high-quality public education schooling for all children. This is directly in contradiction with the privatization agenda coming from the Moms for Liberty and from the state government. When corporations get their grubby hands on pieces of public sector, what happens? How has the private medical system helped you? How has the private housing market helped you? The answer is that they haven't. When things are privatized, that means people go without. People go without healthcare and they die. People go without housing and they die. These people are fighting for a school system where the poor go without education, where people of color and kids are discriminated against, and where queer kids are outed and ridiculed. As an example, as we've heard, there's a new bill that the state government is pushing called the Teachers' Bill of Rights. Sounds like a good thing, right? Well, that actually strikes out and strikes on all of the teachers, support staff unions, and actually all public sector unions in the state. The bill would, among other things, change the qualifications unions need to be certified. It would decertify many of the public sector unions across the entire state, meaning their pay, benefits, and their working conditions would be on the chopping block. The far right is attacking one of the most organized parts of the working class, our public sector unions, for a reason. They want to crush any sort of organized worker resistance, and this is one of the last places they can look towards. This school board needs to fight against the book banning, fight against the prosecution of queer kids, and crucially, fight for the improvements of the working conditions for our teachers and support staff. They need higher pay. They need smaller classroom sizes, more flexibility in what they're able to teach, and much less focused on testing and much, much more. We need to look back at our history to the movements that fought for progressive change in this country. In the 60s and the 70s, there was a coalition of students, teachers, parents, and the public. They stood together, demonstrated in the streets, and attended school board meetings just like this. They made demands and won many great reforms, from the right to an abortion to several civil rights bills, which I know a couple of our board members would prefer not to teach. We ultimately need a new economic system, one that guarantees a living wage for all, one that guarantees affordable housing for all, and one that actively works to fight against the social ills of society like racism, sexism, homophobia, and more. And that system is called socialism, the system where the workers are the ones who decide how the workplace is run. Unions, community organizations, and members of the public must stand up and get into the fight against DeSantis' fascist takeovers of our schools and fight for extended benefits and rights of our teachers and support staff.
Thank you. The next two speakers are Jake Geffen and Robert Ewing.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jake Geffen. I'm here to talk about a few things in my experience growing up in Pinellas County Schools. The absolute, sorry. Growing up with a 504, it was incredibly difficult to feel comfortable in my classroom. It was incredibly difficult to get my work done and to feel not anxious in my school. My teachers constantly treated me like I was an issue and like I needed to like I was someone that should feel like a burden. When I was at Azalea Middle School, the school's policy was to not let kids have electronics in class. My 504 let me type my work on an iPad. In the school, many of my teachers and the administration fought me tooth and nail. We had the same issue at Sanderlin, and we brought legal help in and spent thousands of thousands, almost tens of thousands of dollars, ruining the financial state of my family at that time, just to make my little brother and myself, who I have a 504 and he is an IEP, get just the basic care that we need and like the basic attention that we need. In addition to that, as a Jewish person in the Pinellas County Schools, I was made to feel like a burden again when the holidays of my people interrupted our classroom's typical schedule. When, I went to a private Jewish school until 3rd grade where I was supported by my community and felt safe. And then I go into this public school system and, just to bridge that in with another issue, I have Moms for Liberty people here talking about wanting the Bible to be in school. Jewish people, we have a thing called tefillah. It's morning prayer. We did it every day at my old school. I am a religious person. I wanted to do it. My teacher said it was a public school, so I couldn't go into the back and silently do my thing. Moms for Liberty wouldn't care about that issue because I'm not trying to teach the Bible. I'm not trying to put the Bible in schools. I just want to be able to do my thing for a minute. But Moms for Liberty doesn't care about that because they are representative of a fascist and white supremacist wing of ignorance that really doesn't support or show for many of our students. Thank you very much for giving me my time, and I want to thank Moms for Liberty for sending their #1 worst Kellyanne Conway impersonator. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bobby Ewing. I am a substitute teacher, and I'm also here to, talk about the unprecedented attacks that are happening against public education. Other people have spoken here about the so-called Teachers' Bill of Rights, which just restricts teachers and all public sector union and workers' rights to organize. We've also seen, HB1 with the voucher program that would defund public schools. And then we've seen, bills like the Stop Woke Act and the Don't Say Gay bill. And, these are all part of a concerted effort by the far right and their wealthy donors in this country to wage a war against public education and against LGBTQ students and all students and people in this country. And it's not a coincidence that they don't want us to learn the history of the real history of this country and racism and the struggle against it, because if people when people learn that history, we realize that everything we have in our society, every right that we have won, didn't just fall from the sky. We had to fight for them and win them. And we're going to have to continue to do that. And the only way that we are going to be able to do that is to come out to these meetings and fight and organize in your workplaces and in your communities. And yeah, that's just what we have to do. So yeah. That's it.
The next two speakers are Carla Correa and Nancy Liu.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Nancy Liu. I am a mom of two in Pinellas County Schools. I have a mom of two kids in Pinellas County Schools, and I've been a librarian for 10 years. So, as you might expect, I'm talking about books. I want to begin by commending the local high school students present at the February 14th board meeting. Those students bravely came forward to defend their right to read, to learn to see themselves and their friends reflected in the books available at their school library. Standing up for what they believe in is one's right and duty in our free democracy. I myself have two biracial kids, and I want them to have access to books that reflect them in their libraries and in their schools. So, where are we today? According to the 2022 PEN America report, Florida has had the highest number of book bans in the country. Pinellas County alone has removed 11 books from school shelves since this summer, and I'm just wondering if this is something that you think we should be proud of. I don't. Taking away from books from students who actually want to read something in a book and not on their phones, should we really be micromanaging our selections from teachers and librarians who spent years building their classroom libraries? I don't think we should. There are reasons why people want to ban books, but there are even more reasons why we shouldn't. We shouldn't be banning books just because we don't like the ideas within them. Books should not be banned without a public discussion that includes a variety of perspectives. So the school board, to me, has that responsibility to make sure that any challenges to books available in school libraries or through the curriculum within the school district are properly reviewed based on recommendations by the American Library Association and acted on. Removing the bluest eye when no formal complaint was filed removes a procedure that exists to evaluate the legitimacy and potential consequences of removing books. If parents want to police what their kids read, then they should police what their own kids read. Please don't allow the voices of a few to limit access to books for everybody else. I would like to take a moment to remind you of your mission. The mission of the Pinellas County School Board is to provide the best opportunities for all students to succeed by adopting policies that ensure continual improvement of highest student achievement. Banning books does not achieve this mission. Students' achievement and learning means being challenged by difficult materials. If we fail to do that, then we're failing our kids. Removing and banning books from libraries and schools is a slippery slope to government censorship and the erosion of our country's commitment to freedom of expression. So I'm asking you, as the school board, to hold the line on intellectual freedom for our students and academic freedom for our teachers. So if you can do that, we need to stop micromanaging our teachers and just let them get back to work and do their jobs. Thank you.
Carla Correa. The next two speakers are Hajar Kadivar and Anna Margiotta.
Good evening. I am here as a parent of two children in the Pinellas County school system and also as a physician. I'm here to talk regarding my concerns about the implementation of policies and rules that are removing books from instructional materials as well as our school libraries. I am an American citizen who was raised in a country under religious rule where women today are still fighting for their rights. I was shocked to hear that educators in this county, due to working in a climate of fear and retaliation, are looking at removing certain books from their curriculum, such as I Am Malala. This is from an English curriculum within the 6th grade. This is being done preemptively due to thoughts that parents may possibly have some concerns. This book is an autobiography written by a Nobel Peace Prize winning activist who, at the age of 11, the same age as my daughter, started speaking publicly for her right to an education, and at 15 was shot in the head by the Taliban. Her story is the story of courage, endurance, and compassion. In a country that prides itself on freedom and justice, I am shocked to continue to hear stories about the removal of books, such as these. It is clear that a disproportionate amount of these books are specifically being targeted that are written by or about people whose identities and stories are underrepresented and are people of color, women, LGBTQ individuals. As a physician, I bear witness to the stories and to the lives of my patients. Patients who struggle with mental illness, who struggle having had sexual abuse and assault, who struggle with isolation due to their identity. 1 in 7 children have experienced abuse or neglect just in the past year within the United States. Removing books like The Bluest Eyes by Toni Morrison, a Nobel Prize-winning author, again, and it deals with such topics, abandons the lived experience of children who are and have been harmed. We need to be uncomfortable about the reality that exists in the world. Ignoring a problem allows it to persist. We need education about our history and literary stories that cause us to question our own personal biases and our cultural understanding. We need books that allow all of us to be truly seen and represented and ask us to do better.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anna Margiata. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a graduate of Pinellas County Schools and a first-year teacher at St. Petersburg High School. Before this job, I was a graduate teaching assistant at the University of Northern Colorado for 6 years. I have my bachelor's and my master's in chemistry and my PhD in chemical education. The topic of my dissertation was equity in chemistry instruction. In January of this year, I published part of this research in Sage Research Methods cases. I'm saying all these things just to I have some credibility. I know what I'm talking about a little bit when I talk about equity. My job's really hard. It's very, very difficult. I think it's harder than doing my PhD work. We have a teacher shortage. We can do things to change how hard my job is, and we could do things to change the teacher shortage. Many teachers in our county struggle with large class sizes. For students to be treated with equity and fairness, they need individual attention. Our friend Long, before she left, she said, I wrote it down. She pointed out that some students need more from us than others. Doing that, giving the students who need extra help is equity. If a teacher like me has 33 students in a 47-minute long class, that's 1 minute and 26 seconds per student per class. How do we give that individual attention? If we want teachers to attempt to address achievement gaps, we have to allow them the time to focus on students individually. Standardized testing separates students from teachers. Again, equity requires individual attention. There are too many standardized tests, and as a qualitative researcher, I'm worried about the validity and reliability of these tests. Those validation studies are not necessarily easily accessible, and instead of focusing on accountability through assessment, we should just focus on the ability and expertise of our teachers. If we want good teachers, if we want people who could address achievement gaps while teaching to standards, we need to pay them. I need somewhere to live. I can't afford to live near where I work. And then finally, I just wanted you to know that as a trans person and a teacher, being a Floridian in this whole anti-woke climate and coming to speak to you all is very scary. People don't want me specifically to exist. I'm standing here saying I exist, I'm a trans person, I'm non-binary, I'm a teacher, I love my students. And saying all that together in this setting sort of makes me feel like I'm in danger, but I gotta be here and I gotta say it anyway. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Ivy Lynch and Luke Hammond.
I come today to speak about the unethical and illegal banning of books, an attack on queer and specifically trans youth. I stand before you today as a trans woman, but more importantly, a human being concerned about the future of our education. DeSantis' agenda of anti-woke is a direct attack on not only mine, but the youth in my community. Anti-woke is just a fancy way of saying anti-trans and anti-queer. DeSantis has so far banned books on racism, gender identity and expression, and sexual orientation, saying that he's protecting kids, when it has always been the complete and total eradication of queer youth. DeSantis has banned gender-affirming care for those under 18 as well. This restricts life-saving access to hormone replacement therapy. The Department of Psychology at Columbia University states that 54% of young people who identified as trans or non-binary reported having seriously considered suicide in the last year, and 29% have made an attempt to end their lives. Earlier this month, DeSantis asked to see a breakdown of the medical data of students who receive said gender-affirming care from public entities and universities. This is a complete overreach of power and violation of HIPAA law. And just today, DeSantis has introduced Bill 1223, which targets all grades in every institution and directly states that it is false to ascribe a person a pronoun that does not correspond to such person's sex. The effects of DeSantis' oppression on our community is horrific. I personally know many trans and queer people, and they are terrified. They come to me in tears asking me, why does DeSantis hate us so much? Why is he doing all of this to literal children? I want our youth to feel accepted, represented, and seen, and DeSantis is taking every step he can to ensure that does not happen, one book at a time. I am telling you to reject every step of DeSantis' attempts to instate fascism and anti-queerness in our schools and to try and destroy the foundation of education. And I ask you all, as well as everyone else in the rest of this room, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to help us? Whether you like it or not, we are here to stay. We refuse to submit. We will not be silenced. DeSantis will not stop us. The law will not stop us. No one will. Nothing will. We are resilient, vibrant, and beautiful. We will exist, and no amount of book banning or oppression will change that. But I am begging you to please reject DeSantis' attacks on education. Thank you, and trans rights.
Hey, I've come here today to ask for help and to bring some news from the science world. So, the Species for Survival Commission has announced that fungus is a kingdom in nature, joining the ranks of plants and animals. So scientists have agreed internationally that we need to teach as much about fungus as we do plant and animal life in schools. To be effective, they've come together and made an international effort. New curriculum materials were made, and a world-class curriculum is available online for free. So I'll be providing my contact information at the end so that you guys can have access to it. It's hard to post a link while I'm standing up here. So this has come after many recent discoveries and as far in recent years, and this has gone as far as to turn the terminology from flora and fauna to flora, fauna, and funga. So this isn't going anywhere. There's been, as far as I can see, and there's a ton of future business applications for our kids, a ton of jobs in the future. I myself am a mycologist who's recently moved here. I'll be hosting a free seminar for parents and educators at a point in the coming months. And that's going to be for you guys to learn a little bit more about what's coming. I've reached out to Nancy Narvez Garcia, the K-12 science specialist, and she's the state level curriculum director. So it's handled on a state level, the curriculum. It can't be brought to individual schools. So I ask you for help in bringing her these curriculum materials so that she can designate them appropriately. I've gone through the curriculum myself, and there's a ton of just really good information for the kids. It's really going to get them ahead, and that's all I have today. So I'm going to respect your time and retire. So, thanks.
The next two speakers are Brennan Pickett and Jonna Holloway.
Good evening. On a regular basis, my students tell me they haven't read a single book in their entire lives. My response is usually, you just haven't found the right book. I didn't come up with this on my own, though. I had a teacher named Mr. Tim Waller over at Seminole High School when I was a senior in 2010. And he taught at that school for decades, and I had the pleasure of being in his English class right before he retired. Mr. Waller taught English 4 honors. He focused on British literature. And although I found a new love for Brit Lit later on as an English teacher myself, at the time I couldn't really care less about the curriculum. I definitely wasn't a model student. Actually, I had fallen out of love with reading. As a child, English was my favorite subject, but throughout my secondary years leading up to high school, I began to resent traditional curriculum that I found irrelevant to my life and sometimes just plain boring. Of course, no offense to the classics, of course, but I just wasn't interested in subjects and genres traditionally taught within the standards. However, Mr. Waller was a unique teacher to me. He took an interest in my life and he asked questions about my hobbies. When I told him I didn't love to read, he just told me I haven't found the right book yet. At that point in my life, I was fascinated in film. Stanley Kubrick, David Lynch, Quentin Tarantino, they were all well known for highly violent and sometimes sexual movies. And I would consume these regularly with my mom's Blockbuster card, dollar rentals. And I would study them because I wanted to make films just like them. I can only imagine how things are different now, considering that most kids have access to unmonitored streaming platforms available at all times. I remember telling Mr. Waller about one particular movie that I was obsessed with at the time by Stanley Kubrick, A Clockwork Orange, and how cool the violence was and the filmography and all of that. I was 17. Instead of pushing aside my opinions, he started questioning me. He was grilling me on the different themes presented in the novel. Ideas of reformation, morality, ethics, and it was then it occurred to me that I had never really thought so deeply about this before. He didn't show patience towards my ignorance. Instead, he went to my school library and he grabbed a copy of this book from the shelves and he told me to read it and come back when I finished it. I did. It was a challenge, but it was something I had to prove to him. We began to build a relationship off many lunch conversations, and these conversations were centered around the books he assigned in class because I respected him, I would read his books, and the supplemental literature he gave to me because he felt it was up my alley. And almost every single time he was correct. This went on until I eventually graduated, but I didn't stop reading. And Mr. Waller awakened something in me, and we need to make sure that we are trying to protect books in our libraries and making sure kids have access to these books. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonna Holloway. There's a couple of things, different subjects. First, I'd like to request that you fully support school-related unions. Second, I keep hearing Florida is now more free. I don't see it. Banning books is anti-freedom. Not teaching real history is anti-freedom. Not having equality and inclusion is anti-freedom. Third, I'd like to speak against increasing the voucher program, HB1, which will take away public school funding, which is very needed. In conclusion, DeSantis says Florida has a huge budget surplus. Please demand part of that surplus go to our public schools, fund teacher and support personnel salary, hire more counselors and teachers, to reduce class size in all classes and not just the core classes. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Stephanie Cox and Dan Amend.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Cox. I have a lot to say, but I will start with the basics. I am a former substitute of the year for Pinellas County Schools. I am a former area volunteer of the year, former PTA president of the year, a former parent of 2 children in Pinellas County Schools who are now no longer in Pinellas County Schools. I would love for them to be in Pinellas County Schools, but right now, we don't have the staffing. We are focusing on banning books when we can't keep our schools safe. We don't have enough guidance counselors. We don't have enough aides. We don't have enough ESOL teachers. We are talking about culture wars for Moms for Liberty when our schools are falling apart. None of this is okay. I resigned from substitute teaching after last year rescuing 2 classes at Shore Acres Elementary when their teachers resigned mid-year because they were overwhelmed by all the issues that were happening in those classes. There were students that needed more help than this district was providing. I resigned in November because I was targeted by someone on this school board and my privacy was invaded, my online privacy. And I pulled my kids because I do not trust that my kids are safe. I've seen over the past couple of weeks pictures, private pictures of students, bulletin boards in your schools blasted out all over Facebook. I don't know where they're coming from, but if my student's picture was blasted out by Moms for Liberty, no, this is not okay. We need to stop this. We need to support our schools. We need to support public education in this community. I've got a kid in private school right now, and guess what? He wasn't accepted at every private school. My kid with an FSA of 5, my kid with perfect behavior because he's type 1 diabetic. And not every school will take a type 1 diabetic kid. The school he's in has a wait list of over 100 children. So this whole privatizing education, it's not going to end well. Thank you.
Dan, amend. The next 2 speakers are Ginger Brengel and Jennifer Young.
Good evening, everyone. Since 2010, I have been the coordinator of the AVID program at our school. I was also an AVID teacher for several years. AVID is a nationally known program being held at over 8,000 schools with over 2 million students served each year. It has rigorous requirements for certification, which we are currently in the middle of right now, and all of this information is easily located at my.avid.org, including plenty of statistics. AVID takes students who will be the first in their family to attend university or have other adversities that may prevent them from attending post-secondary schools. Our AVID students are required to take AP and other advanced courses, and then our AVID class provides additional support through tutorials so that those students are successful taking courses that they would have never taken without our support. AVID students do have an advantage when they apply to college. It is a question on most of the major college applications in the state and around the country, and many scholarships will also ask if they are an AVID student. For example, the Dell Full Ride Scholarship is offered every year to only AVID students, and every year we have at least 2 students in this county that receive this, and one of mine is about to graduate from Florida Gulf Coast University. Over the years, I have watched our AVID students transform from shy freshmen to confident seniors, infused with life skills as well as academic skills. One of the bonuses of being an AVID is taking trips to college campuses. And I'll tell you what, the first time we did that in 2010, I had a busload of students going to UCF, and we crossed the Howard Franklin Bridge, and they were taking pictures out the window of Tampa and the Bay. And I said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "We've never crossed this bridge before." These are the students we are helping with AVID. We are giving them opportunities they would have never had. And how dare anyone question this fabulous program? That is a thinly veiled attack on a program that has previously sponsored culturally relevant training because, heaven forbid, it have the same initials as CRT, which, by the way, that training is the best training I've ever had. The AVID Summer Institute seems pricey, but if you look at conferences, that's how much they are. And it's not a 4-hour leadership institute. It is a 3-day immersion. It's a fabulous, fabulous conference. I love it, and the teachers come back ready to use that information and those skills immediately, and it impacts our students. Isn't that what we are here for? One last thing. You call us experts who don't need this habit training, but we're not experts when it comes to picking out books or instructional materials, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer Young. My son and I are both alumni of Pinellas County Schools, and my son was a better student because of AVID. I've lived here my whole life, and I care deeply about public education. I'm here tonight as a therapist in private practice here in Pinellas County. I've treated sexual assault survivors and victims of domestic violence for 25 years. As our kids have said at the last meeting and tonight, you have no basis for banning the book, The Bluest Eye. The fact that you identified 2 pages of a book that tells the story of a young Black girl from her perspective, not yours, and since those 2 pages detailed a sexual assault, then the book is banned for pornography, is telling. What this tactic of banning books really shows is your fear of young people thinking for themselves, learning for themselves, and demonstrating the wisdom and strength and fortitude to stand up for themselves. 1 in 7 children are sexually assaulted, as we heard tonight. But let me add that 2 out of 3 victims of child sexual assault are between the ages of 12 and 17. We could continue on and that's according to RAIN.org. We could continue on the path of hiding these truths, not talking with young people and not empowering youth to be better or speak up or protect themselves, and we could cover up these issues as we have always done. Or we could trust our highly educated, highly trained educators to guide our young people through the reading of quality literature. What I think you don't want is for our youth to rise up. You must be terrified. Scared of losing your power, the power that many of you and groups who lift you up wield, whose goal is holding on to power that pushes a closed-minded, hateful agenda. Ignorance. It's an agenda that never made America great. This school board is responsible for preparing young adults for life, this big, beautiful, hard life. And you can yell about parental rights all you want, but ultimately, you are accountable to these kids. Be very careful what you try to ban from them. They are, very often, much wiser than you. And finally, I would encourage you to use critical thinking skills when making these decisions. You cannot stop something if you don't talk about it. And I stand with all survivors of sexual assault, those that I know, those that I've never met, and those that I will truly not understand, because I have not had the experiences that they have had. How dare you? I stand with the kids and I stand with these teachers.
The next 2 speakers are Paula Stevens and Ramsey Aziz.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Hendrick, and board members. Thank you for pushing on through this evening. I know it's been a long day for everybody. When I first came to the board to this meeting this evening, I wasn't really sure what I was going to talk about, but I knew I needed to remind you that we still have 93 job postings for instructional staff and 152 support staff openings in our schools. We still have 10 weeks to go. 1 more week till spring break. I also want to share, my son is 22 and he is a product of Hollins High School. And he was able, thanks to AVID, be able to work on his study skills in order for him to go ahead and be part of the dual enrollment program by the time he was a senior. So, you know, it is worth AVID does, and I am actually at Eisenhower Elementary, and we started Avid 2 years ago, and it was just for the intermediate grades. And this past year, we put it down all the way to kindergarten. And it looks a lot different in elementary school, but it is still working on helping kids to organize. It's helping the teachers get common language that goes across to help our students. And I would just encourage you to spend some more time out in classrooms and see for yourself what is going on in our classrooms at Avid schools, not just for high school, but in elementary as well. What I'd also like to advocate for is for each and every one of you to take a stand to support public schools and public education. If I'm not mistaken, about 40 million of our school budget went towards scholarships and funding for vouchers this past year, which had doubled from the year before. I can't imagine how much money is going to be sucked out of our school budget should Senate Bill 1 pass through, because I believe it's going to be way more than 40 million for next year. So please be advocates for your students in our schools and your educators. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Ramzi Aziz. I'm a first-year teacher at St. Pete High, and I teach AP Psychology, AP European History, Anthropology Honors, and Humanities Honors, and I have been up since 4:30 a.m. A month ago, I spoke in front of this board to state my complaints about the current administration at the state level, as well as Ron DeSantis' policies regarding education. Today, I am here to demand a call to action. We need the members of this school board to lobby for us to defend education. Teachers and parents are working double and triple in order to take care of the needs of their students, of their kids, and to take care of their own lives, as well as to defend education. I'm asking every single member of this body to go to Tallahassee and to speak up for Pinellas County. Right now, we have potentially an authoritarian administration in Tallahassee. And for the members of the audience who do not know what authoritarian means, it means government that uses strong central power to preserve the political status quo, who is trying to dismantle education by driving teachers and support staff out of Florida, as members of the board alluded to, with the amount of openings we currently have in the county, placing appointments at universities, such as recently at New College, handpicking school board members in other counties, dismantling teachers' organizations, such as the union, and attacking school programs such as advanced placement, etc. Do we want a school board in Pinellas that was not chosen by the people? Do we want our children, our students, to not get the quality education they deserve? I am going to Tallahassee to lobby to defend education in the state of Florida. The union is going to Tallahassee to lobby to defend education. Parents are going to lobby for their kids. We need you, the school board, our elected officials, to join the fight to lobby and defend education against intrusive government. Currently, as things stand, Florida is going to be on the wrong side of history, but Pinellas County does not have to as well. And I want to remind all members of the board, you do not work for the state, you work for the students, the teachers, and the parents, okay? Before I concede the rest of my time, I wish to remind you why I teach. I teach so that my students can strive for their will to power, the will to power meaning the strive for betterment, so that they can become so absolutely free that their very existence is an act of rebellion. And with that, I concede the rest of my time. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Philip Belcastro and Carrie Boucher.
Good evening. Thank you for having us and allowing us to speak. My name is Philip Belcastro. I teach English ACE General Paper, an internationally recognized college-level course from Cambridge at St. Petersburg High School, an A+ school. I have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in my field of English professional writing and another in Spanish language and culture. In addition to my years of experience and expertise in languages, writing, and specifically teaching and educating children and the public in a variety of settings and formats, I also have completed many professional trainings and multiple certifications to add to my credentials. I'm a licensed professional educator in the state of Florida with completed college coursework in education, over 300 hours of completed ESOL coursework for endorsements to teach speakers of other languages. I am certified in youth mental health first aid for children in crisis, as well as basic first aid and life support. I'm also a published researcher in the fields of socioeconomics and government policy as part of my work with the city of St. Petersburg and my degree from USF, from which I earned honors and magna cum laude. Before becoming a teacher, I dedicated my professional adult life to serving the most vulnerable people in our community through public housing and food security programs. When I leave and take my skills and expertise out of Florida, it will be because this state and subsequently school districts all over are openly hostile toward public education and professional educators. While career politicians in Tallahassee continue to meddle in local affairs and manipulate and micromanage the noble profession of public school teachers, while career politicians in Tallahassee continue to undermine the democracy and equalizer of communities by taking money away from public schools, money away from resources and experiences which are the right of children, and instead push for privatization and crony management, while career politicians in Tallahassee and at the federal government do nothing to control the historic inflation that's destroying the purchasing power of the working class, of educated, dedicated professionals like myself, and forcing us to leave our jobs, leave our homes, and leave your children in the classroom without a teacher, or more often, just a sign on the door that says, "Go to the gym." What are you going to do about it? Commit to protecting your teachers. Commit to making noise at the Capitol. Commit to working for the public, to being public servants, elected to represent those of us who cannot go ourselves because we're working 2 and 3 jobs, because we can't take time off work, because we're too physically and emotionally drained to constantly keep defending ourselves and our profession and our qualifications. Commit to fighting for us, and we will fight with you.
I run an arts outreach organization that works with thousands of PCS students every year. I want to thank the board for unanimously supporting designating March Youth Arts Month. A little bit of history. In 2003, budget cuts at the state level threatened arts programs statewide. Fortunately, Pinellas County voters from all backgrounds recognize how important the arts are for our children. Since 2004, voters have been united in supporting the referendum to supplement the PCS arts budgets, with the intention of ensuring that all PCF students continue to have access to the arts programs. In receiving this support, we need to be intentional in how we frame the value of the arts. Yes, we can be proud that PCF students produce award-winning art, but equally important, and I would argue more importantly, it is also in the art rooms, the music rooms, the theater programs, that students who are struggling in other areas of school and life can find what at times becomes life-saving support. Students who learn or process information differently, whose home or life situation makes it difficult for them to arrive to school ready to learn, who are being othered or ostracized by peers or unbelievably and unfortunately in the current political environment by adults, those students can find in the art room a place of connection and belonging. And for some, it's one of the few places in their lives where they can feel successful. The arts are uniquely suited to nurture environments where children can be themselves, the fullest expression of themselves in whatever way that presents itself. I'm grateful to live in a county that values the arts and continues to endeavor to support all students in this way. So again, I believe our primary framing of value of the arts should be rooted in the human benefit and not in the subjective product that is created. And because I have a little bit of time, I just want to add a footnote that every year thousands of PCF students are taught by PCS teachers inside the Pinellas Regional Juvenile Detention Center. Many of those students wind up there for the same reasons I mentioned above: learning differences, difficult home life and situations, being ostracized by peers and families. And while they are being taught by PCS teachers, the state is charged with determining their curriculum and the structure of their day. As a county who sees value in supplementing our PCS budget to ensure that all students have access to the arts, I want to remind everyone that while students in that facility have an 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday school day, art, music, theater, etc., are not included in their curriculum. And not a penny of the referendum money goes to provide extracurricular arts support there. So if we frame the value of the arts in the potential human impact, we can see that we must consider which students might be left out of that important benefit.
Thank you. The next two speakers are Shannon Vincent and Kelsey Donegan.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Vincent, and I'm here as a parent and an English teacher with the district for the past 20 years. I am here to implore all of you to go to Tallahassee to say no to HB1. Unfortunately, the state of Florida will go down in the books as being on the wrong side of history with its anti-woke campaign and its expansion of the voucher program. But Pinellas County does not have to go down with it. This county could choose to fight against these exclusive moves by going to Tallahassee and reminding our lawmakers why public education matters. The passing of HB1 will defund, dismantle, and destroy public education. We can't take any more away from our public schools. We need to properly fund schools so that our children can learn. Already, teachers are overburdened with so much responsibility that good teachers are leaving the profession. My son has been without a language arts teacher for most of this school year, and now he is without a history teacher. He receives his work through Canvas messages delivered by someone who is not his teacher, while the sub of the day allows the class to play on their phones. And by the way, that's not all subs, but he just gets that one. We talk about removing books from our shelves. My son has not read a book for a class and discussed it with a teacher for more than 3 years. That's unconscionable. Somehow, he'll have to pass the test at the end of the year regardless of his lack of a qualified teacher. Vouchers are partly to blame for his lack of education. The money that continues to drain from public schools and into charter schools is putting too much burden on the individual teacher, causing them to leave the profession. And this experiment with putting a kid in front of a laptop is not working. Instead of instruction, he is told to read excerpts out of context and answer questions. He needs a teacher. But at this ugly moment in time, it is really hard to encourage people to go into teaching because in this state, teachers feel like criminals for doing the job of getting their students to think. We need to stop the attack on teachers and begin recruiting more people for the job. Our young people don't want to become teachers anymore because they see the abuse that teachers endure. Repairing the damage that has been done will cost money. Giving more money to charter schools that are not held accountable for teaching our kids the standards is wrong. All we need to do is look at the failed voucher experiment in other places to see that it is a system that does not work for the good of having an educated populace. If we allow this bill to pass, many of our children will get left behind. We need to fight to save public education. It is the bedrock of a thriving democracy. Please go to Tallahassee to fight for the future of education in this state so that all of our students have a teacher to teach them.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Donegan. I am a first-year teacher at St. Petersburg High School. I teach pre-AP English 1 and 2. Last month, I listened to Ms. Edmond and Ms. Long argue, incredulous, that the motion regarding controversial materials with its vague language and several typos should not be passed. A motion that effectively banned almost every single best standard approved text. They unfortunately lost that vote. Tonight, I held my breath as I watched board members suggest diminishing the funding for AVID. I have students who can't do their homework because their group home doesn't have internet. I have students who tell me my class is the best part of their day because I listen, empathize, and show genuine care in their ability to learn and master the skills I teach them. I have several students who don't speak English and have to translate readings, write their answers in Spanish, then retranslate their answers back not just into English words, but English syntax and grammar structure. Please don't ever again suggest the idea to reduce funding towards programs that help every child. Like Mr. Hendrick said earlier, the problems many children face are systemic and multifaceted. We can't make sure that every child is given the same opportunities outside of school, but we can do our best to mitigate the damage those systemic issues cause to many of our students. We can do our best to make sure those kids are given the best opportunity we can offer at school. I would like the chair to consider. I would also like the chair to consider a practice from Hillsborough County School Board meetings where educators are given an earlier time slot to give public comment. This is not so that we can say whatever we want and leave early. It is so that members of the public who level egregious, dangerous, and unfounded accusations against us may have the opportunity to hear our concerns and convictions before they leave. Florida has a massive teacher shortage that Pinellas County is suffering from. The anxieties about being labeled groomers, being personally sued for accurately teaching history from the voices of the oppressed, and the vague, absurd limitations on our curriculum is driving teachers out of the state rapidly. If you want a state full of charter schools with religious curriculum taught by unqualified people that have a gun but no relevant degree, do nothing. That's the path HB1 has set us towards. Thank you for your time.
The next two speakers are Kathleen Cron, excuse me, and Lily Barmona.
Good evening, and congratulations. You're all still awake, and you're all looking like you're listening to us, and I think you are. Thank you so much for being here and doing such a wonderful job in a very, very difficult, toxic environment. Your dedication comes across loud and strong, and it's wonderful to see you, Carol. I know you have worked very hard for this school district for many years. My child was a student here from 2000 to 2013. She got a world-class education, and I thank you for that. I think what my feelings have been so eloquently expressed by so many people. I just want to, regarding access to, free access to education, integrity in education, intellectual freedom, the people who have the boots on the ground have my complete admiration. The only thing I can think to say is read a quote from Thomas Jefferson. You all probably know this. That democracy cannot long exist without enlightenment, that it cannot function without wise and honest officials, which you all are. That talent and virtue needed in a free society should be educated regardless of wealth, birth, or other accidental condition. That other children of the poor must thus be educated at common expense. Thank you for being Americans.
Good evening. I just want to say thank you for letting me speak. And last year, I was a senior in high school taking AP Literature. In preparation for the AP test, my class read both The Awakening and The Bluest Eye. When the test came, both The Awakening and The Bluest Eye were on the exam as books to write our final essay about. And the fact that I was able to read them in a controlled classroom setting with an educated teacher and classmates who were encouraged to be inquisitive and critical thinkers, I ended up getting a 5 on the test and then being accepted into colleges all over the state with an AP Honors Award to my name, which benefited me financially in ways I still can't wrap my head around. I believe that by taking these books out of the public school curriculum, students are being put at a disadvantage on a scale larger than I think people realize. The knowledge that comes from reading these books don't only make them a more knowledgeable and well-rounded human being as they enter the professional world, but also the skills that come from reading texts like these actively work towards succeeding in AP and SAT, 2 programs and tests that have undeniably played the largest factor in my college career. Whether we like it or not, the material in said books that might be discerned as graphic are accurate and real narratives and characters. On a level that exceeds academic advantages these texts have brought me, I've seen the real-world effects these stories have had on my peers and myself. To move forward, we must encourage students to learn about people and stories that are different than themselves. School has on more than one occasion been a place where I felt the safest and bravest due to the encouragement I've had to be unafraid to ask questions and unafraid to explore the real world. As someone who has just been in high school, I wouldn't wish the financial, academic, collegiate, or personal blessings these texts, most specifically The Bluest Eye, have brought me to be taken away from anyone, and I plead you not to either. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Thomas Halleck and Aiden Cooper.
Hi, my name is Aiden Cooper, Osceola High School class of 2022 and currently a first-year student at USF. As most of us are here to do, I'd like to say a few words about the banning of Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, The Awakening by Kate Chopin, and Anthony Burgess's A Clockwork Orange from Pinellas County School libraries. First of all, the obvious. Suppression of literature, regardless of message or content, is suppression of freedom. We live in a country where we're free to express ourselves however we want, and literature is such an expression. Banning books is essentially censorship, plain and simple. The books being banned now, the three I mentioned earlier, carry important messages for all people. I read several books while a student in Pinellas County Schools that, at one time or another, were banned. Titles like Fahrenheit 451, To Kill a Mockingbird, Things Fall Apart, A Thousand Splendid Suns, and George Orwell's 1984 and Animal Farm. We read and discussed these books in the classroom, and I think I'm a better person for having read them. Reading these books brought new perspectives for me to be aware of while growing up, perspectives I would have remained ignorant of if we had not discussed them in the classroom. I have two sisters enrolled in Pinellas County Schools currently, and I hope they will receive the same instruction. Banning The Bluest Eye, The Awakening, and A Clockwork Orange will prevent students like myself from experiencing the world from different perspectives. As a side note, I work at a local bookstore, and sales for all three titles are up in response to the news of the banning. So, if anything, your decision has led to more awareness about the books you're trying to suppress. Overall, I'm just disappointed to see an institution I've spent most of my life as a part of, an institution that I respect, doing this. It's embarrassing that one of the leading school systems in the state, if not the country, is falling into this trend of suppressing literature. This isn't about protecting children, this is a political statement. It's un-American and it's just unethical, frankly, to put political agendas before public education, because this is very much a political statement. Don't think we don't see that. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Halleck. I am a professor of English at the University of South Florida. One of my great privileges to be a teacher of teachers. Also, I'm their professor. It's great pride. I'm here because I read, a couple weeks ago that The Bluest Eye, Clockwork Orange, and The Awakening had been removed from schools or were going to be removed. And it really hit me like a blow because I thought about The Awakening. I brought my copy. Can I present it to you? Can I come forward or no? All right, I'll just show you. I have my copy from 1986, my paper on onion skin with the typewriter. Y'all remember this? This book changed my life. I'll ask people, how many have had a book that changed your life? Raise your hand. Ask the board, has a book ever changed your life? Yes or no? Has a book changed your life? If a book has not changed your life, raise your hand. No abstentions. Yes? No. Press corps. Has a book ever changed your life? Not allowed to say. Who's to say what that book was? Was it Walden? Was it the Bible? Was it The Color Purple? Was it, heaven help you, The Art of the Deal? Who's to say what books belong on the shelves and what books don't? Thank you.
The next two speakers are Brad Rosenheim and Scott Shapiro.
Thank you, members of the board, for staying so long to hear us out. I think we all are happy that we're being heard. I'm a professor also at the University of South Florida, and I came here tonight to use one of my favorite sayings: the world is full of bad accountants. When I heard the discussion about Avid, I heard folks constantly pointing to a number, wanting to cross it off the ledger. That's one side of a budget. That's one side of accounting. And I was very pleased with Board Member Long for bringing up the other side of the ledger, how we benefit from it. It's often very hard to work both sides of the ledger. But if you're only willing to cross off a number on a sheet of paper, you're being a bad accountant. And that leads to my points about transportation. I came here earlier with my son because he can't take the bus. We would love for him to be on the bus, but it drops him off a mile away from our house. He has to cross 4th Street North and 9th Street North. We pay somebody to take him home from school so we can stay at work. This week that person was sick, so she couldn't do it. That meant that I had to take off early today, pick him up, and then, of course, take him here because my wife had to work late. It was way past his bedtime when a friend brought him home. I fear that with the upcoming decisions on transportation, that we will see another round of bad accounting. If we only look at who is not using the bus system instead of who would use it if it were reliable and had better coverage, I think we'll be making a really bad mistake and leaving people out of it. We would love to use the bus system, but I don't want my 7-year-old crossing 4th Street North and 9th Street North by himself. Finally, along the lines of accounting again, if all of you were to scour the history books and look for one governmental entity, a monarch, a dictatorship, a democracy, who came out on top for withholding information from its citizens, you wouldn't have to lift a single finger. It has never happened. Please don't be bad accountants when it comes to providing information for our students. Thank you.
Scott Shapiro. The next two speakers are Anna Breedlove and Dr. Christy Faust.
Yeah. All right. Hi, I'm back. So Dr. Christy Faust, she, her pronouns, former PCS teacher, South St. Pete resident. So I do have a point, I'll say. I'm going to start off a little rambly. So I'm originally from Northwest Ohio. My parents were high school graduates, and my mom was a teen mom, actually. And, public school educated all the way through. And my K through 12 education laid the foundation. When I first went to school, I got into a good chemical engineering program. I didn't end up finishing that through, but ultimately that laid the foundation for a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from University of North Florida and a PhD from University of South Florida in biology. So I'm very proud of my public education. Everything from back when I lived in Paulding, Ohio to, living here now and finishing up in USF Tampa. But since I went into the STEM path after I graduated high school, really the only history and civics I really got in the Ohio system was in my K through 12 education, because they put, once you get your major, they really stick you to the classes that fit that. And my K through 12 education was also heavy on old white guy literature. So in Northwest Ohio, not very diverse too, my cultural education, we'll say, was pretty limited for many years. And then just life commitments and things. I mean, I was a reader, but life commitments kept me from digging too much into that. So much later, like really deeply, like into my 30s, really is when I started. I won't say just started, but like is when I started thinking more about these things and thinking deeper and digging deeper. And I realized in my K through 12, as proud as I am to come from that heritage, and I feel like I did get a good education in many ways, I felt lied to. I realized that knowledge and power was kept from me by elevating these stories about these land-owning white men who saved this land from so-called savages, indigenous people, and built the country through their own sweat, obviously, completely ignoring the fact that that this land, the country, has been built with stolen black labor, and it's on stolen land. And that might sound negative, but I feel lied to not learning that earlier. And I wished I'd learned all of that. And I also wish that I had learned all of the beauty and joy that those cultures bring to our country. And I continue to learn that now. And so I think of our youth now, right? Someday they're going to learn. If they don't learn it in school, they're going to learn it somewhere.
You.
They're going to start looking around.
I'm looking for Anna Breedlove. The next two speakers are Sivan Peacock and Lindsay Blankenbaker.
Okay, fine. My name is Sarah Peacock. Sorry, Pinellas County didn't give me that great of handwriting. I'm here to speak on behalf of my stepdaughter, Aurora, from John Hopkins Middle School, on the topic of district-provided tests in the classroom. I recognize that compared to many of the topics we've talked about today, this may not seem to have the same weight. However, I've decided to speak anyway for 2 reasons. Firstly, I think it speaks to the overarching and deeply entrenched lack of care given to student-level experiences. Second, it's such an easy win for you. I'll start with what she's written and given to me. Aurora says, I think the tests provided to students are flawed in many ways. Either the curriculum or the care put into tests needs to change. It's clear that very little work and review was put into them. They're littered with typos, poor grammar, and confusing language. Several of my tests for important subjects like science have mistakes in spelling. They have questions on points that aren't present in the curriculum or questions that simply aren't written with enough information and the answer had to be given to us. Now for me, I think she's articulated herself perfectly, so I don't have much to add. I have heard from her repeatedly that these tests seem to be written by someone who has only secondhand knowledge of the subject. This seems like it could be easily resolved. I hope I'm not naive in thinking that you sought your position on this board in order to support the education of children in this district. These students and this community need and expect you to fight for us. This is only my 2nd meeting, but it's hard to miss all the back-patting and complimentary language that begins these events. I want some of that enthusiasm for quality to reach actual students. I hope you'll oppose HB 1 and SB 202. I hope you'll support our teachers' unions, and I hope you'll serve the students to whom you're responsible.
Thank you. I'm Lindsay Blankenbaker. I'm the Executive Director of PCTA in PESPA, and I am so tired. And I am having a hard time, I'm gonna have a hard time being articulate tonight. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. Maybe it's a number of things. Maybe it's the fact that we've all been here for a number of hours. Maybe that's after a very long day of very hard work, and I acknowledge that. I thank you all so much for giving your time to be here. Maybe it's because anti-educator union bills finally dropped today while we were sitting here. Maybe it's being incredulous at the lack of voices in Tallahassee to stand up against all of this injustice, to stand up for public education, to stand up for us, to stand up for our students. They could learn from the overwhelming majority of speakers tonight. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's important to remember that our Constitution, our contract, are only valid if they're enforceable, if there are people, organizations, agencies, unions to enforce them. Maybe it's any of these things, maybe it's all of these things, and I really hated to add to the list of speakers, I really did. But I had a hard time sitting through some of it because, and this is just a point of personal privilege, through all of tonight's glowing speech, deservedly so, around our public-supported referendum, I cannot understand why PCTA, our teachers union, one of the teachers unions under attack, exclusively under attack, by the way, has never been mentioned. I don't understand it. Before my time at PCTA, our union, we funded and staffed the referendum campaign, leading to this celebrated support of the arts in our schools, and of course, over $5,000 in each Pinellas teacher's salary. Our president, Nancy Velarde, spoke on our union's partnership with the district, spoke to our need for a true partnership under today, literally today, this afternoon's attacks on us, not police, not firefighters, not EMT unions, us. But how can we be partners if our name is not even uttered, if our vital contribution to Pinellas schools goes unspoken, undefended? I've seen this happen before. In my home county, our neighbor to the east, our union drove and secured the county sales tax referendum, labor that was quickly spent and unfortunately as quickly forgotten. Last year, the trust, a true partnership between the district and the union could lend, was lost and it failed, costing the district, educators, schools millions of dollars annually. That trust was gone and it cost us millions. I don't want any of this to happen here, none of it. To prevent this, we have to stand up and we have to speak out, and we have to do it now.
Thank you. The next speaker is Riley Knowles. That's correct.
I was not planning on speaking, but a lot of topics that are close to my heart came up. So I'm from Tallahassee, and I could have gone to FSU like all my friends and family, but instead I chose to go to USF St. Pete because it has a very welcoming community, and that's something I like. And I've had my friends be discriminated against. I've had friends who were raped. I've had many friends who've killed themselves. And these new laws will not help this or make it better. In fact, I think it'll make it worse. It might be obvious, but I'm someone with very severe social anxiety. And in my public high school, I read a book about a girl's social anxiety, and it saved me, just as many books that are getting banned might save someone else of a different background. And because of this book and others that I read in my high school, I decided to major in English literature. And I just think it's important to ask ourselves, do you want to lose more children to suicide? Do you want more people to just hate themselves for a reason that they should not? Do you want more children to be ill-prepared for the world because they are not learning about topics that they should at an age where they are appropriate? And if parents disagree with this, they can teach their kids that why they do not and let them decide for themselves. That is freedom. And I think that books are a way for adults and children alike to find pieces of themselves, to feel seen, and banning books is criminal for taking away that from people who need to be understood and feel understood. And that's it.
Madam Chair, we have no more speakers.
Thank you all very much for being here this evening. Thank you. We will do our board evaluation.